Testing, testing. 1, 2, 1, 2. I've done this for a while, just getting the kinks out. See if it actually shows up where it's supposed to. Looks like it's going live. Yeah, I think it's there. StreamYard shows it differently, but what the hell? What are you going to do? Looks like it's going live here. Whoa. That's an interesting hum there. One of my mixers is acting up. Gonna have to track that one down. I haven't turned this shit on for a while, so it's no wonder I got so many weird things here. Okay, looks like the stream is working most places. First things first is what is causing the noise. Wow. All kinds of crazy phasing. I don't have any effects turned on. Let's see. If I turn this one up, let's see if it gets any worse. That's way too loud. Let me try disconnecting my audio. I'll be right back. The video should stay out. See if that works. There's a new noise feature in StreamYard to kill the noise floor. So at least it's usable until I figure out what the hell I did. Thank you, StreamYard. I don't know how that's going to affect me playing anything. I was just going to noodle on a couple things just for kicks. Anyone can join in. I put the link in the chat if you guys want to join in. Chat. Anyone who's on YouTube. So there's no others coming in my phone or box. I can't restart my Mini Pro because the ATEM is going to kill the audio and video. I'll probably lose the stream. So something other than that. Ready ho.
Hardy, how are you?
All right. I just power cycled the mixer. Let's see if that helped.
Sounds like a line hum, doesn't it? Have you tried soloing your microphone? See if it's just your channel or what? Well, if you're running your StreamYard noise reduction thing, you won't know, will you?
Oh, hold on. I'm getting too many audio streams going here. YouTube. Muted.
It's weird how you like have your kit, you walk away, you come back, and it sounds different. So how's that work?
Exactly. Yeah.
It's like you've got like little gremlins in the background that come out at night. You know what I mean? We'll fix him.
Double audio. It's really weird. Let's see. Okay. Which is a long delay compared to YouTube. Go back and kill the special audio setting.
Wow, that's
Let's
different.
See if it comes back.
So the noise floor is about the same level as your voice.
Is it really? Okay.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, now I'm still coughing a bunch. I got anthrax, so
Yeah.
it's,
I'm always coughing.
okay. Now I can't hear him.
Oh, you sound phased now.
Is it noisy?
Yeah. Well, sorry, your actual voice sounds like you're going for an effect. I mean, sample it. It could be useful.
Yeah. Yeah, I've become a noise artist, right?
Sounds very low as well, by the way. I've just turned you
I
up.
did. I did turn it down. Let me go tweak it.
How are we on? Hang on. What are we on volume wise? Oh,
So
you
I
don't
put
have
it
a volume.
auto. It's noise canceling and audio and noise filtering.
Yeah. That's mad, isn't it?
Is that better?
Define better.
Well, I'm higher than the noise floor.
Yes, yes, yeah. That's better. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, I don't know what it is. I literally just came in, turned a couple things on, made sure I could route audio. I did notice my Soundcraft mixer is acting funny back there. A couple channels aren't working magically. So I was playing something from a TS10 over there, and it was only getting mono. This was working fine, but now it's all distorted. Now I'm not getting a throughput, so I can't hear what I'm playing. So I'm gonna have to quickly enable pass
yeah.
through.
Sounds weird, doesn't it? Something odd going on.
There's always something, and this is what happens when you leave stuff for a while, don't do anything, and come back.
Yeah, not good. You,
Nothing changed really. I mean, just I plugged a few things in differently, but routing box, ATEM Mini Pro is the same. The mixer is the same. The microphone through the Voice Live 2 is the same. Um,
so you've not reset stuff up. You just turned it on.
no, just turn it
Wow,
on.
that's weird.
This is why I was curious because I haven't used it for a while because of being sick and other been gone and stuff. And so I was like, well, let's go turn it on, turn some stuff on, see if some people are awake, and just just do it just because. I mean, I paid for the StreamYard, I'm not using it, so.
Yeah,
Um,
you did a good job. I saw some of your walk around on now.
oh,
That was
good.
good. That was good.
Yeah, got my exercise. It was fun.
Yeah, it's a massive place, isn't it?
Good, but this is also why I got sick because I literally ran into everybody everywhere. Some people only stayed in like the
Yeah.
synth area or guitar area, but they didn't cover the whole show. I covered all the buildings
It's like
for
being a
several
teacher.
days.
When I was a teacher, you got everybody's cold because you met everybody every day.
Yeah, exactly.
You were like permanently recovering for being ill.
Totally. And because I really haven't gotten sick the whole time, I didn't get COVID at all. I may have gotten the flu once. I think I did get. I think I got anthrax in 2020. But I didn't get it last year. I didn't get it um, from Synthplex. I didn't get it from some other stuff I did. So I just got lucky. Finally,
Yeah.
it's my turn.
Yeah. It's a good job you're not in France, though, isn't it?
Yeah. What?
Because if you're in France, you'd end up like hugging and kissing people. You'd be like you'd
Yeah,
be
and
on
in
a
Italy. Well, Italy
ventilator.
too with the kissing on the face a lot in Italy. That's
Yeah.
how they got it so bad.
Yeah. That was that's how that's like went mad, didn't it, when it first came out? Because of their social graces didn't do them any favors.
Okay, I just turned on the echoes on YouTube so I can hear my voice. It sounds pretty good now. Is that okay?
Yeah, sounds okay.
Okay, so I guess it's the StreamYard filtering is helping.
Yeah.
Because
Definitely better than a bit ago. A bit ago, you had like the noise cancellation was working, but then when you spoke, you sound like you had an effect on your voice that it was allowed through, but it sounds like it's cleared up. So
Okay.
either something's warmed up and got a bit better,
It could be
or
because it's really cold in here right now. That could be a part of it.
right,
But
cold in
nothing really.
California.
I don't have a lot of analog stuff.
Does it get cold there?
Well, it's been cold and rainy, and it's until last night there were no clear nights for weeks.
Right. Oh,
So
okay.
like I couldn't do any astronomy stuff I normally do. I couldn't do, and I was sick anyway.
Do you have
But
like do you have a winter in California? And does it does it get frosty and stuff or not?
so growing up here, it was generally pretty mellow, except for a lot of rain and some cold weather. But I
Right.
remember on Christmas getting a bicycle as a kid, taking it outside in the rain, and not like totally suffering, but just getting wet, right?
Yeah.
But then with this whole climate change, whatever the hell is going on, it's changed a lot in this area since I was a kid, and because I've lived this general vicinity, several cities around here, I lived for majority of my life since basically since third grade.
Mm.
So it's I've got to see the changes dramatically over time, and
Right.
lately it's been spoiled. Like we had like drought conditions last year, very little rain, like beautiful sunny warm day on Christmas kind of shit. It's just totally unusual. And then we had weird weather in the winter. If you saw my video I did on some thunderstorm a while back, right around 2020, 2021, in August, there was a freak thunderstorm lightning. We don't get that much around here anyway. Definitely not lightning, some thunder and stuff, but it's just not a big, the climate around here is not
Right.
conducive to lightning. Something about the atmospheric, like we lived in Colorado when I was a kid, it was lightning all the time and thunder and beautiful, crazy lightning shows. Here, it's just not the right, I forgot what the terminology is in meteorology for the areas that have more lightning than others. There's something makeup in the atmosphere that's different, that is more conducive to lightning and thunder. We'll get plenty of rain here, but very little thunder and lightning. And so
Well, at least you're not
that,
getting tornadoes, so you should be
yeah,
okay.
no, I mean, I'd rather have earthquakes and rain any day over other stuff. But we have had some freezes over the years where like plants got destroyed, um, building equipment,
We
the
used to have like
pipes cracked, stuff like that.
we used to have proper snow drifts in England when I was younger, but you get the occasional bit of snow, and that's about it now.
We
Even
get a
then, everything
dusting in
grinds
the
to a halt.
hills here. We have Mount Hamilton near here where the big observatory is.
Oh yeah.
And it gets a dusting of snow in the very cold months,
All right.
but it's minor. People go up there, wee snow, because some people have never seen snow, but it's not like going to Yosemite where there's like serious snow.
Yeah.
Uh, anyway,
Let me
so
get some
let me
chewing.
let me
for my
try the
throat.
synth again. See if that sounds okay. I'm gonna quickly double my audio from my end so I can hear the synth.
Okay. Yeah, still got a weird sound on it.
Yeah, I just turned the noise thingy off. There's still a hum, but it's not as nasty as it was before.
Yeah. I had the most expensive snack this week. 72 quid.
What's 72?
A snack I had this week. It's the most expensive snack I've ever had.
Oh, what was it?
Bag of peanuts. £1 for
Oh.
the peanuts, 71
Oh.
quid to fix the tooth that got broke.
Oh, Jesus. Oh,
Yeah, exactly. No more peanuts. We're off then.
Oh, you hit the shell? Not the actual. The
It was
inside, right?
dry roasted peanuts.
And it broke your tooth, huh?
I heard a crack and I thought, that don't sound like a peanut. That sounds different. And that was my tooth.
Oh, you got probably a rock in there.
No, no, no. I got one of my teeth had a repair on the side of it, and it just broke this repair off.
Oh
So I had to have that
no.
repair repaired today. So
Oh, that's
yeah.
terrible.
Well, whatever. It happens, doesn't it? What can you do?
That sucks.
It does, but it could have been worse. So look
Yeah,
on
I
the
had
upside.
fun with dental work over the years. Braces and then getting TMJ and all kinds of other stuff, and then grinding my teeth and having to wear a night guard and all this nonsense.
Oh, God, yeah, don't do that. Yeah.
So it's I have lots of crowns from fillings that got damaged from stress fractures.
Yeah, my dentist went through the options today. He says, we could leave it. You could have this one for 71 quid. And he went through then and it went up to like a crown. It's like 1.5 grand. I went, I'm not having a crown. I fucking ain't got the money for
Yeah,
that.
yeah, it's rough.
He said,
Even
well,
with
it's really good.
insurance here,
He said it's really
maybe
good. I'd expect to be really good for 1.5 grand. Jesus.
well here with the insurance, it's still about $600 out of pocket per
Yeah.
crown, and then your insurance usually runs out after 2 crowns for that year.
Yeah.
If you're lucky, you'll get maybe 2 crowns and then some extra little work done, and then it's totally out of pocket. So I had some years where I didn't buy much at all because of teeth.
Not good. It's quite interesting. He's saying like, we're not designed to last this long.
No.
Most humans should die around 35, 40 years old, but
Well, if you look
here
at
we are.
most animal species, they live long enough to reproduce, and if they're lucky, be around for their offspring if they're not the kind that just leave their offspring alone.
Yeah.
So, and that's it. So we really should be dying like around 30ish.
Yeah.
So, but
Well, I'm double that, so I'm doing all right.
with
My
with
neighbours
healthcare and nutrition, we got more decades.
yeah, crazy.
But we're not helping ourselves with chemical exposure and radiation exposure and all this other stuff. That's
Well, mobile phones, it's a microwave on your head, isn't it? It's like,
yeah. I mean, it's mostly
crazy.
RF, but it's
It's still like not natural, not needed, and
it's not good. It's
and
this
then
the
you
research is
think about
still.
that. So that new Apple thing, they put it on your head all day. I mean, you must be a nut. It's like you're a
Well, that's
nutcase.
also just uncomfortable because like you wearing headphones for 2 hours, it's like you get all swampy.
Yeah, yeah,
And the same with your eyes. I used VR headsets, with all that SIGGRAPH stuff for years. Back when the headsets were big and heavy, they're like $50,000 for a
yeah,
SGI system,
yeah.
and you're stunning. You're blown away by even the quality back in 1995. But here's a $50,000 thing in your head. It's kind of heavy, and you're sweating in this thing, and then you got to pass it to somebody else who's sweating.
Plus,
It's kind
plus
of
you're looking at a
disgusting.
fixed focus all day, aren't you? You got a fixed
Yeah.
focus distance. You're just
Well, the
gonna wear
virtual
your eyes out.
focus, it's a weird phenomenon because it is a virtual focus in the distance. It's a virtual image.
Yeah.
So that helps.
But you are looking at
But
a screen, aren't you? You're looking at a screen,
you
so
are, but it's focused in such a way. Depends how they do the tech, but it's fixed in such a way because I couldn't. If it were close focus, it wouldn't work for me anyway because my nearsightedness is not as good as it used to be. Right.
right.
So I have to have it further back. Yet it still works because it's a virtual image.
Yeah, they can like work it out. Yeah, it's weird, isn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah.
yeah.
So
Some gimmick thing.
so you can wear it for quite a while because of that. It's just like when you look at something in reflection of the mirror. There's a virtual image behind you on the wall.
Yeah, yeah.
But it's just also the discomfort. It's warm.
Well,
It's just you
not
feel this
natural, is it?
pressure. You get these marks on your head.
Yeah, it's
And
like wearing ski goggles all day long, isn't it? It's not going to do any good.
and some people get seriously dizzy from it. I don't get seasick or motion sickness, so I can do it all day technically, although I wouldn't want to. But some people can't put it on for more than a few minutes and they want to throw up.
Yeah, yeah.
But I could fully function in a 3D environment with haptic gloves and picking up objects. They had this great demo at SIGGRAPH where it's an armature glove. So when you grab something, you feel it kind of pulsing in your hand.
All right, you got feedback on it.
Yeah, it's good. And if you push like these different objects on a conveyor belt going by. So I just naturally pick because I'm always in a 3D space with the 3D design, all that shit. And so I'm used to the thing. And some people are just kind of like going, like, no, just do this. and you just go pick it up and you do this. And you can hold it in your hand and you can toss it to yourself, and then you put it
Yeah.
back down and it takes off on the conveyor belt. And some things would pulse, some things would be like flexible,
Right.
some things were rigid, and other things like an egg you feel go and it would break and then the egg would drop.
Right.
Yeah, or you could go to a vent. There was a vent on the wall with a streamer going, so you know there's airflow on it. And you put
Mm.
your hand up there, and it's making your hand kind of do this kind of thing where it's blowing like
Weird,
that.
isn't
It was this is 1995. This crazy shit, you know. So I love those days.
Yeah. It just makes me laugh seeing all these people with these Apple headsets on the New York Underground going around. It's like, yeah, you're gonna get robbed, mate. It's four
Yeah.
grand, you know.
Oh, exactly. Yeah.
That's like a week's worth of cocaine or something, you know what I mean?
Totally. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Alpha? Thanks for showing up.
Oh yeah. Oh
If you
yeah.
guys like George Romero content, George Romero movies, and talk about George Romero, you got to check out Alpha Romero's channel. It's really cool.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. Cool.
I was wearing at NAM. I was wearing a couple Dawn of the Dead shirts because David Emge, the guy who plays Flyboy, just died. So,
I like the old zombie movies. They're funny.
oh, it was great.
The old
He,
dystopian sort of stuff, you know. It's like
he
cool.
was the best zombie too. He's the guy that came out of the elevator after he got attacked and he had that crazy limp and found out he had memory of where they had the hidden area of the mall, so they broke through the mall and attacked everybody. It's very cool.
What did you think to the Yamaha thing, that Seek track and whatever, when you was at now? Any good?
I was mostly just trying to cover the room a bunch that day because I was, going to get ready to move on because that was going to be, was that the day before? That was Saturday, I think, right? It was Saturday. Because Sunday I got cut short because Mark Rebier was playing live at Venice Beach. So I booked it over to Venice Beach to cover that and also just to see him. I've never seen him play in person, which is a hell of a show. So my last day at NAMM was cut almost in half because of that. I had planned to do more coverage and also do my little bacterial swabs of all the gear and run some growth plates just for fun for my micro channel. But I ran out of time for that, so I just went and did that. But I ran into Manny the day I was playing with the that little OP1 kind of thingy, and so I didn't play with it as much to figure it out. It's there's some fiddly bits. You can't just go up and just start making stuff on it. It's a little quirky.
It's got a lot of buttons,
also
doesn't it?
it's also incredibly light, and the buttons have a lot of travel. I don't like they're almost like little ASCII buttons, little QWERTY buttons.
Yeah.
That have a lot of travel. It's not really good on that kind of device, I don't think. You don't need that much travel because there's no expression. So there's no point in having the travel.
Velocity, is it? It's just on off.
Yeah. So it should just make them short travel buttons. They'll probably be more durable and they'll feel better because that's a lot of wasted motion. All that travel. I mean, if you watch that Revenge of the Nerds Part 2, he even explains it with the key travel. But anyway, yeah, so it looked like a decent device, especially for the money. But I did also try the FGDP thing.
Yeah, I love that. It's really good.
It's decent. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say it's my favorite drum machine, but I get where they're going with it, and it did have some decent sounds on it.
I like the I've had it for a while now, and the one of the really cool things you don't sort of get is you could be anywhere doing anything. Like I was watching a video the other day. I'm watching a video of Dom actually doing changing his faceplate on an SP 404. I was watching that. Then the next video came up was a Clownfest thing of what he played Clownfest 6 or something like that.
Oh sure, yeah.
I was just watching that and I thought, and I like tapping the table. I thought, I don't need to tap the table. I've got my drum. Where's my fucking Yamaha thing? So I grabbed that. Ended up playing along with his music for like 17 minutes. It's brilliant. Just the ability of just got it because it's got its own speaker. It's got its own power supply. It's just like you can be anywhere. Just switch it on and off you go. There's no like have to get it ready. Where's my headphones? Where's the lead? You know what I mean? None of that. Just go. And it sounds really good. It's just it's good fun. I think the most thing I would say about it, and you end up coming out with some interesting drum beats because it's just because you're not programming it. You have to fucking play it. There's no sequencer on board really,
I
so
thought
you
they
have
had
to
like a
play
scratch sequencer or something,
it. No, you've got
or a looper or something, or something.
each pad you can tell it to do a division. So you could have quarter notes and say that hi hat loop that, and then you can have another hi hat and you say, well, I want that to be eighth. So you can get that, and you have a lot of different sound to it. So you can get like that going if you wanted to do that. But play it is what you're supposed to do, really. But yeah, it's just good fun. It's just different. Um,
Hmm.
that's the cool thing. So it's I think it's probably one of the better things I've bought in the last few years. And the
Yeah.
previous thing to that was the MPC. So it's been a bit of a dry spell on amazing pieces of kit. I mean, the SP404 is really good, but it's so fucking complicated. It's got so many little. If you
You
hold
should.
down this while you're doing a headstand, it does this. It's like, yeah, I
Did you ever
don't.
try the original one?
No, no,
So I have two of the original ones. I have the old compact flash version, the original, and I have the SD card version.
right.
Just the one just before the IRA one came out. It's really the same thing with the green face paint.
Yeah, that's what
Um,
Dom's got, or Dom had. Yeah, yeah. The
yeah, so I
404.
have two of those, and I got used to those really well. I mean, they didn't have velocity, of course, no aftertouch, no real quantizing to speak of.
Yeah,
So it is possible to do some decent stuff with it, and it's great for field recording bits and chopping them up on the fly and doing stuff with them with the effects. But you only have like one layer of effects live. Most of the effects are in a menu, so they're really awkward to get to it.
yeah,
They should have put more of the cool stuff on the live buttons versus that stupid menu.
yeah.
And I think on the new one they didn't make it that much better, although they make a nice screen for it now.
They made the menus
So
better. I think what they've done when they first released it, it was quite good. Then they started adding more and more stuff, which is really nice to have more stuff come on. But you can't find it via navigating the menu. You have to know what the shortcut is. So if you don't remember the shortcut, or if you don't know the shortcut, you'll never find that feature, which is bizarre. But this is how it is. Whereas if you've got something like an NPC, if you've got a new feature, you should be able to find it somewhere in the menu system. But they don't do that on an SP404. It's shortcut driven. So if you don't remember the shortcuts, then you're in fucking trouble. You're not going to find
yeah,
it. Like I
it's
can never remember how to change it from being monophonic to polyphonic. I have to keep going back to YouTube or wherever. Going, how do you change it? Oh, it's that, right? Yeah, yeah, yeah. And then like a week later, you forgot. It's like
you would hate the original then, because the new one looks a lot more fun to use. The
It's
original
good.
is very
Don't get me
very
wrong, it's
clunky.
good.
Yeah.
It's good, but it's quirky. Yeah, I would say I would say that they've kept the quirky nature of it. Then they haven't. That's not changed.
But they I mean, I initially bought it just on a whim for Halloween. I was going to load Halloween sound effects up there. It's portable. I was going to hide behind some bushes at my brother's house, trigger sounds to scare the kids, and just have fun with it. And then I thought I'll also use it as a sample playback to
Yeah,
hook to my Elect Tribe ESX, because I didn't want to get EMX. I didn't want to get the ESX because it had less knobbage than the EMX and a little more quirky layout than I eventually got an ESX anyway, but I originally started syncing the samples of the 404 with the EMX and kind of had a nice little sample synth combination.
right.
But it was mostly used for that, not much for live. I did use it on a few hardware jams to fire off some random samples or some quick loops I made.
Yeah,
Like we had the Hitchhiker's Guide challenge where I did a thing on Marvin the Paranoid Android. And so I had to come up with a few sequences of Marvin doing his thing and people talking to him, because I was too busy with the other stuff to keep going over and triggering the buttons all the time.
yeah,
So I used the rudimentary sequencing on the 404 to go through the pages and get stuff to work, but it's very clunky. It does have a toggle, so you can hit a button that lights up and you know it's still looping.
yeah.
So visually it does help until you go to another page and you know what the hell's going on, because something's playing,
You
but
don't
the
know where
other
it is.
it doesn't light up because it's on the other page, right? So
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's fucking nuts, isn't it?
how do they do it now?
Oh, I don't know. It's
Because you have buttons on the screen or something. Don't they register certain buttons on the screens and you know what's happening?
But you've got flashing buttons. You've got lots of buttons, and you've got lots of like, if you do this and hold that down, it does something completely different.
Like if you change pages, do you still know what buttons are active, or you still have to jump around to see that?
You think you can see where you're at most of the time.
Okay.
Yeah, most of the time you're okay with it. It's just knowing if you want to do a weird thing that is like a new thing. If it's a new thing, then it's not obvious where it is. You have to know where it is.
Right.
It's like hold down shift, press loop, and then hold remain, and then it equals something new. It's like, right, I'll never remember that.
Yeah. Roland does that kind of shit. I hate it. like JDXI is a lot of fun to use, but if you don't use it for a while, you forget all the little weird command shortcuts and combo moves, and it's like having to learn all the Konami codes and stuff like that for a synth.
Yeah.
Left, right, up, down, blah, 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 blah. You know, it's like, all right, enough,
special move,
enough with
enough
with the combo shit. You know, it's just. I'm kind of bummed too. I want to hook up my little recorder thing to play a little synth with it, but it sounds like shit. Probably won't be doing it. Let me try another quick audio demo and see if it's settled.
Yeah, let me get a drink. I'm coughing a lot.
Okay. Well, the audio sounds better, although there's still a noisy low-end bit on it. But at least it's not super crunchy like it was. It's probably something turned up. It shouldn't be so loud. Make sure it's not this line that's doing it. Okay, so that synth line isn't changing it at all. There's something on the actual audio bus that's acting funky. This part's coming through clearly. Playing on repeat on YouTube, so I can buffet crampon pocket clarinet. Sorry, I just saw that. Yeah, the buffet crampon.
What is buffet crampon?
You don't remember the famous thing from last year, the start of buffet crampon at NAMM?
No, what is it?
So I was walking around doing my tour for the first time at NAMM last year on Kent's Pub, and we're just like cracking up, looking at things and people watching and all kinds of shit. And then I come across this giant sign above the floor that says buffet crampon. I go, what the fuck is buffet crampon? Right? It just sounds like a wacky, either a snooty name or some other kind of weird thing.
Well,
Turns out
crampon's a shoe for mountain climbing, isn't it?
it's probably two guys' names, I'm guessing, and it's they make brass and woodwinds. That's all they do.
Oh, okay.
Like really nice stuff. So I think Paul in the chat, Paul said he had a buffet crampon clarinet or something at one point. So I mean, people started saying, "Oh yeah, buffet crampon." We're all laughing at it, not knowing what it is. But a few people go, "Oh yeah, they just make band instruments," you know. So I'm walking right by it, I can see the band instruments, but the name was just funny. It just stuck, and it became one of those running jokes for the rest of that pub.
Right.
And so this year, for sure, I said, "Well, I got to go find buffet crampon again because people seem to like that." So one of the streams I did on my own, you were talking about. If you watch those, I run into buffet crampon at least once on that, and that's where I discovered the 5G wasn't working for some reason. The 4G worked fine last year. 5G wasn't working, so I had to switch to Wi-Fi. But as it cut off right after I made a crack about buffet crampon, I made a joke about, oh, they heard me, didn't like what I said, and they jammed my signal, right? It's just become a running joke, buffet crampon. So
Yeah. Are they quite good instruments then? Are they like a
apparently they're, yeah, I mean, they definitely look nice. I mean, they're not cheap looking.
Right.
But, you know, so Kent was always cracking up, and Dave Surchik was cracking up about it. So it's a running joke in the pubs about buffet crampon. So,
No.
yeah, so that's why Paul made a comment about the pocket clarinet from buffet crampon. Anyway, it sounds like the audio is a little bit better. It's just a little noisy on the bottom end.
Yeah.
There's like a buzz.
Yeah.
But at least the synth part comes through okay.
Yeah.
So I can probably go through a couple of these presets real quick. Just want to hear some more Paul Evolver. Turn my loop back on, which my poor man's loop back is YouTube repeat. So hold on a second. I don't have loop back set up. Is that distorting from your side, or is it okay?
It's loud. I turned it down.
It's loud, but it's not distorting, right?
No. Just
Let
what
me just
loud.
turn it. I'll turn it down a tad there. Some wild stuff now. Turn my little loop back on so I can hear it better. Guys, I have it low in the room so it doesn't feed back. Now it's called fish lips.
Sounds about right.
Yeah, it's a great box. I just need to use it more.
Is that a poly evolver? Yeah.
Polyvolver, yeah. So I have the. They were smart to think of poly chaining when they put it together. So, hey, what's up, David?
Anything new that's like that?
No. So that's the thing that's special about
Why?
it. This is like his basically first synth out of the gate as DSI before he became sequential again. And so he was trying new things, weird things. You know, it was like if you run it in 4 parallel, it's basically like a super duper kind of almost like a modular Berlin School box, right? You could do 4 totally different sequences and do Tangerine Dream all day with this thing. Even the little desktop module. Because the mono evolver just has the 4 oscillators. 2 digital, 2 analog. This has 4 times that. So it's basically 4 monos in one box. But it's only
like Tetra, that sort of thing.
Well, kind of. So the Tetra's different because it's all digital except for the filters. This has actual analog voices in it and digital voices.
No, the Tetra's analog, isn't it?
It's digital. Digital oscillators, analog filters. In fact, almost everything he made after that is pretty much all digital oscillators. Because they're a hell of a lot easier to make. I think the Prophet 6 and the OB6 are analog oscillators and stuff, but that's because they're trying to emulate that old stuff. All this stuff like the Prophet 8, the Tetra, half of the Evolver, and a bunch of the stuff are all digital.
The Mofo was analog, though, wasn't it?
Mofo, I think, was also digital. It's kind of like the ESQ1, digital oscillators, analog filters. At least that's what a good portion of that stuff is. I'm not sure about every single one, but obviously the later Prophet stuff, the reissue was analog. Pro 3, I'm pretty sure, is all digital with analog parts, but I could be wrong. It's just easier for them to make the digital stuff, and digital stuff sounds so good with the right settings. You don't need to make it all analog, right? And that just raises the cost and the tuning issues and all that kind of stuff. I'm gonna plug in my laptop. It's already starting to die. I forgot to plug in the damn power supply.
See what Mr. Smith has to say.
Anyway, so what's cool about these, just like on the on the Tetras is you can polychain them, and there's
Yeah, he did polychain, didn't they? Yeah.
there's supposed to be no general limit to polychaining, but at some point you're going to get some latency, I think, if you go too far. So with this thing doing 4 voice, they were selling the rack mounts for a while, which gave you 4 more voices, but they're like rare as hen's teeth. Good luck trying to find those things. No one's selling that shit. It's gone. So the workaround is to get a bunch of the desktop evolvers and polychain those. So you can hook up 4 of those to this in polychain mode and get 4 more voices out of it.
Oh,
Which is
they're
plenty.
very what's the word? Economical with their wording.
Yeah.
It says 2 oscillators. Yeah. What? What type of oscillator? Doesn't say.
It's which one you looking at?
I'm looking at the Mofo.
I'm pretty sure because
Oh,
it
no,
was
analog VCAs. No, that's analog. Okay, so Mofo's analog. Okay, right. So that was right. So the X4 must be analog. That's like a
well the VC,
isn't it?
it's DCO and VCA, right?
It'll be
It's like digital controlled at the most. It's not totally digital.
Let me go back. Well, I wasn't. I'm on a sound on sound page again. That fucking sound on sound's useless. They don't do any specs. They don't do any specs. They just waffle on for about an hour, and then tell you nothing.
They're
Right.
supposed to have a detail section, but it's not that detailed. Yeah.
No.
If you go look at Vintage Synth, because even if it's new, they'll still have that in there. They'll tell you some details.
Analog VCA. No, VCAs. They're not DCAs. They're VCAs.
VCO or VCA, because that's just the amplifier.
Oh, hang on. I'm actually on Dave Smith's page looking. God, they're rubbish, aren't they? White noise generator doesn't tell you how it's done. 2 sub-oscillators.
It's like the one that Kent said. It's just a sample of white noise.
Oh yeah, it's just fucking random bullshit, isn't it?
But remember, Moog did that, right? That was a Moog trick.
Yeah, well, whatever works, I suppose. It doesn't actually say on the Dave Smith thing if it's analog. It does. It says 100% analog signal path. What does that mean? Don't know.
After the oscillator, it's probably 100%.
Well, I don't know. It's like, don't know.
because these little boxes are cheap, and it's hard to keep analog tuned and stable unless you put a lot of hardware into it, right? So to make it easier, I think he did it all digital.
Digital control, won't they? If they got any.
At least DCO, yeah. So it's analog with DCO.
You wouldn't want to go out of tune, would you? You want it to be a fucking Moog.
But the what's it called?
What does the chat say? Come on, chat. Wake up, you lot. Find out.
I think the Volca analog synth is actually VCO, not DCO. So you can still get some VCO stuff these days, depending on the manufacturer.
I wouldn't want it. Because you go like, oh, I want to play something. Oh, I have to wait half an hour before I can fucking play it. Fuck
I know, and that's why they got to use DCO, because people say, "Oh, I want analog." Well, okay, you're gonna get analog,
no,
and then you have to add a slop knob to add some of that slop back in, because it's gonna be very, very tuned, right?
Yeah. Well, Roland got their act together, didn't they? They went DCO pretty quick.
Yeah.
Because they want people to use them on stage and not sound like they're all drunk.
Or they just do virtual analog, which is fine.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, exactly.
So virtual analog, I love. They were talking about the Virus today on PSN. I love my Virus TI. I think it's fucking awesome. I never use the TI features. I just use it as a standalone multi-timbre synth. But the range of tones you get out of that thing, and the effects are good, and the fact you have 16 voice multi-timbral, so you can do complex things with one box and a controller. So I've done.
The people who have VCOs are the people that don't use them.
Or they just noodle, right?
Yeah. Hey, well,
space music and weird stuff and all that.
You polish it and press the occasional key. Right, yeah, whatever.
Because that's you get that problem with modular too, right? I have a few modular things that they've drifted when I'm trying to fucking play in San Francisco. So then I have to like, all right, this is the way it's gonna be. It's live.
Yeah.
So you can use quantizers to lock in your pitching, but then how many quantizers do you want to buy? Because I got a lot of different oscillators.
Well, you're trying to fix a problem that you shouldn't have.
Well, I mean, it's just because they're trying to be true to the original idea, basically. Where
no one fucking cares.
you want a real oscillator, here you go. But it's going to drift a little bit, or you're going to have some issues once in a while. So that's why you use quantizers to lock it in.
There's a guy on YouTube called something Pegasus or something, and he goes through and finds people who does sing. Says, "Oh, it's been auto-tuned. Oh, look, I can tell I've got this graph up that shows it's been auto-tuned. That's not real." And no one gives a fuck. They just want to watch the show, mate. You know what I mean? It's like, does it sound okay?
Well,
yeah. Who cares?
The real nerds care to a point, but even then, they just want to hear music, right? So, it's...
you know, the audience don't give a shit. They just want to have a good time.
Because some oscillators do have a nice quality to them, but you got to do something else to make them more stable.
Yeah.
Like the famous like the memory moog, right? Kent's always bitching about the memory moog because it's a fucking bitch to stay tuned. You saw the famous video of Jean-Michel Jarre trying to keep it tuned in concert because of the temperature stuff. But goddamn, they sound great, right?
Sample.
Well, but he's trying to be true to his little retro albums and stuff.
Idiot.
Yeah, but that's what people pay to see that shit. They want a drama on stage of like, oh shit, he's trying to tune it. That's part of the fun, right? If you want perfect, you just listen to the album. If you go live, you get to see some drama, you know.
Well, yeah.
Like I remember seeing Depeche Mode in the Playing the Angel tour. I haven't seen them since because I'm not that interested anymore. But that's when they had all viruses on stage, and a kind of a cool dark set design, kind of sci-fi, futuristic sci-fi, dark style, and everyone's playing viruses, and it sounded great because I love viruses. But you know, the purists are gonna go, "Where's the fucking classic gear, man? Where's the you know?"
Well, before that, they used to go on stage with emulator too, didn't they? Well,
exactly, and a lot of times I'm sure it was phoned in because I talked to roadies in Europe who've been to their shows and done stuff backstage, and a lot of their shit is sequenced. They're not really playing anyway.
Ableton was running a lot of the background stuff.
Yeah, exactly. So people want this, and all the real gear and all the real stuff. You just want to see it because a lot of it's not being used.
Most of the keyboard, I think most of the keyboards on recent Road controller keyboards, and they're running like VSTs or whatever. And then I remember there was a thing behind the scenes with the drummer, and he's got Ableton in it, and he's playing with Ableton, so it's backing track he's playing to. The backing track might even have drums on the backing track. He's just adding drums on top, you know.
Yeah.
And he's triggering drums as well. So, you know, it's about the show at the end of the day, isn't it? It's about...
Exactly, but this is why the Peter Gabriel tour recently that I went to was incredible, because they started off in this little kind of a fireside chat, like in a semicircle around this little fake fire as they started the show, and like a bunch of them playing with little controllers and stuff and small instruments around these little benches. And then as the songs progressed, they spread more out across the stage into different racks of gear and stuff. But you could tell I always been binoculars to show because I never get that close, and I also want to spot all the gear. I was watching them intently with binoculars, and they were really playing that shit in the fireside part, at least. Yeah. And that was fun to see that because they're really doing it. It was pretty much perfect because they're great musicians, but you know, nothing seemed to fail. It was okay, but if it failed, hey, that's part of the live thing. You know, you want to actually, maybe you want a perfect show. Obviously, the people don't want to pay a lot of money for a show that's all fucked up. But at some point, you also do want to see people play. That's part of going to a live event. So there's this balancing act of, you know, how good is the show going to be versus people really want to see people play, if they even notice the difference, you know.
Yeah, well, I'd like to see people... I don't mind doing the backing, but if someone's got a guitar on stage or someone's playing a keyboard, they better be playing it, not just standing behind it or pretending to play it. You know,
otherwise you got Top of the Pops, right?
Cool.
So
it's all like miming to it. What
yeah. Well, the Top of the Pops are always my favorite because they're like playing like chords on a mono synth, and they're doing sounds out of a keyboard that never could have done it. It's hilarious.
Yeah.
Oh.
They would refuse to play live.
And stuff's not even plugged in sometimes. You notice that too? Sometimes it's not even
there's
plugged
no
in.
wires. Yeah. Or you'd have
all-
a microphone that had a 2 centimetre long fucking lead out the back, thinking,
Yeah.
well, that's not wireless because I don't think they had wireless back then. So.
It's great.
Wow.
Yeah. My favorite, I can't remember the video, I have to ask my friend, but there's a famous video from, it might be Orbital or something like that. And there's some girl doing this crazy, they call it the jacket dance girl. And she's wearing this kind of baggy, silvery jacket. And she ends up sticking her hands in the pockets and doing this kind of a crazy, jacket dance in the background with it. It's like the best part of the thing is the jacket dance girl. So, you have those moments that make Top of the Pops fun. Because watching them pretend to play instruments is boring as hell, right?
I think one band, I can't remember what the band was, is like, it might have been a punk band, or it might have been like a rock band, but they went on to Top of the Pops, and all the band decided to not play what their instrument was, or not sing. So I think they had the drummer who was doing the singing, the singer was playing the bass, the guitarist was playing the drums, and, they all swapped, basically. Just to confuse the fucking campers. Thinking, hang on a minute, that's not the singer, that's the drummer singing, what's going on? Like,
Exactly, yeah.
taking the piss, thinking, like, if you want us to mime, mate, we'll mime, but it doesn't mean I'll be miming what I actually play.
Yeah. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that Nirvana played on Top of the Pops. I'm sure they did. I just never saw it.
Oh, probably.
Yeah, that's what.
That was like the end of Top of the Pops. Yeah, Top
So
of the
Alfa
Pops.
Romero said they played on there, but I have to go back and look for that because I know they did all the MTV Unplugged and stuff. That was pretty cool. But I have to go back and check them pretending to play on Top of the Pops. That's hilarious.
Yeah, they'll be doing something like that. They'll be like swapping roles or something stupid, or just being silly. Or
Yeah.
playing upside down guitars or something.
Do they still have that show? Is it still on?
No.
Or anything like it? Like fakey kind of stuff?
I don't think there's are there any music shows anymore? I mean, I don't watch TV, so I don't know.
Yeah,
Does
me neither.
MTV still have a music show? As in, like, this week's Top of the Whatever thing show? Probably not.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Music's taking a back seat on like, traditional TV, isn't it? I think. Nowadays music's on like TikTok for like 20 seconds. Some girl got jumping up and down so her breasts go up and down for 30 seconds to get clicks. That's how music works this day. Crazy world. The old days, eh? Top of the
According to this, it looks like Instagram decided to kill my live stream.
Sounds about fair.
Which is, they said normally after an hour they cut off. I'm like, what the hell is this shit? This is the first time I turn on Instagram because it's a complex thing where you have to get the stream key from Instagram, put it in the StreamYard, and when you fire up StreamYard, you have to go over to Instagram and manually hit go live. It's like, why can't you integrate it? So like YouTube starts live from here, Twitter starts live from here, even Twitch starts live from here once you start them. But Instagram's a special case where you have to. Well, they own it now, but I mean it's still the same kind of back end bullshit.
Yeah.
So Instagram's terrible with videos and pictures and just everything it does is dumb. I just used Instagram this time because I wanted to try it for once to make sure it worked, and also I had way more people follow me on Instagram than I do on Twitter because I hate Twitter. But
I call it Twatter.
yeah, but I've been twatting on. I refuse to call it X.
It's called X, isn't it now? Yeah, whatever.
Yeah,
Whatever
I
it's
refuse to call it
called.
X.
Just another place, isn't it?
But it's easy. At least it works. I mean, I'll give Twitter one bit of credit. Just like YouTube and just like Twitch on here, when you go into StreamYard, unless you pay more money, you get up to 3 contiguous streams live from a single console. So this time I got Instagram to work, but now they just told me it's now not working. So isn't that lovely? It works for an hour and then it cuts you off.
Dave says he's bitter about Twitter. What's it done to you? How did it hurt you? What did it do? I'll find out in a minute when you text.
I know.
They're all just like just advertising portals or whatever it is, isn't it? That's what they are.
Yeah.
And I find myself, if I go on Facebook, I have to be really careful because if I'm on there for more than like 10 or 15 minutes, you start clicking and scrolling and scrolling and scrolling. It's like it's got this like addictive gambling sort of press the button.
Well,
and see what happens next.
that's the thing. Like they're it's all cognitive bias. It's all feeding you what you want to see, which is why it works so well for politics.
Interesting to keep clicking. It's like, yeah. I'm out.
And that's why I mean, for a lot of reasons, I hate TikTok. It's just like this quick.
Well,
like,
that's like that on steroids. I mean, I've not been on TikTok. I've seen people talk about it, and I've seen videos of it, but I've not actually been on it.
it should be a nickname. Like there was a show on Comedy Central Channel 4 called Short Attention Span Theater. They should call TikTok that because it's really meant for like extreme ADD. Like next, feed it. Go me the next one, next. And most of the content is like either people dancing, some animal videos, some dumb kind of stuff like that. Do you remember that guy, the Liver King? That stupid Liver King guy. He was like, eating raw meat and turned out to be a total charlatan. He was taking steroids. He was doing a bunch of other stuff. He wasn't living naturally. And a bunch of other nonsense on there. And it's just, and they put these, people edit with these silly, like sticker things and canned sound effects. It's just like, I can't be bothered with that. It's like watching a bad sitcom,
It's weird, isn't it?
People love it. People love it because it's so quick. It's just like, next. Oh, I hate this. Next. Oh, that's great. Keep feeding me. Right?
Yeah.
And
when we started talking today, what about that Apple thing, headset thing? There's a review of it today. Someone saying that will also be it's like a dopamine hit because you can have like multiple virtual screens up all the time. You end up not wanting to be in the real world because your virtual world is like got so many more attention.
Well, because it's AR, you can still have the real world there, but also you're still connected in. You're still in the matrix, right?
Yeah. I think it says, what is it? He called it it says it's the ultimate ignorance device. You will be the most ignorant person on the fucking planet if you had one of them.
Well, it's like, remember Google Glass? They call those people glass holes. Because they're walking around with the
Yeah.
Like Borg, the Borg walking around like with their little boxes and.
Yeah, the Google Glass didn't look like a pair of fucking ski goggles, did it?
No, but it still looked like a cyborg. It was kind of dopey, and the experience was not. The pictures I saw, the experience was not great. So.
It was a while ago, wasn't it?
What most people did with it is basically do surreptitious videos, like recording video people they shouldn't be getting.
Yeah, dodgy videos.
Yeah, like creeps doing all kinds of stuff. It's like, well, there you go. That's what humanity likes to do with tech. Some of the bad stuff.
Well, that's how a lot of tech gets put forward, isn't it? That's why we ended up with VHS tapes because of all the porn that was on it.
It's like the guys who tape a webcam to their shoe and stick it under the desk to look up, girls' dresses and stuff.
Idiot.
So, yeah, exactly. There's a video where a guy gets busted doing that. Yeah, it's pretty silly. But it's if the camera's small enough, you can put it anywhere and capture anything. It's pretty creepy. And it's all wireless cameras now. Mm-hmm. So
I remember we did a video years ago. That might be the mid '80s, I think, where we got this really tiny video camera. And because there's a girl at college who's in a wheelchair, and she's always saying like, people treat her weird, and we're like, no, they don't. Look, when we said it's fine, she says, yeah, but you don't see what I see. So we got this tiny little video camera. We put it onto her wheelchair on the side behind her head, and we put the actual recorder underneath her wheelchair, and we recorded it just to see when there's nobody around. It was only her trying to go through the college that she was at. How she was treated, and that was eye-opening. It was like, wow, didn't really see that. Yeah, because when you're with somebody, when you're pushing the wheelchair, or when you're with them, they see you with her. They treat her differently to what you're around. It's weird. Yeah. People.
Well, it kind of reminds me. Remember the famous Saturday Night Live sketch where Eddie Murphy did the white face, and tried to experience life as a white man in New York, and it's pretty funny actually. It's. Like they had a camera following him around, and he was getting like free stuff, and people being nice to him and holding the door for him and all this kind of stuff. A black guy pretending to be a white guy is pretty funny.
I think we had that in England. There's a black guy who did the same thing. A guy called Lenny Henry did that.
Oh yeah, I know Lenny Henry. Yeah.
Yeah, he did a white face thing.
He's now doing. He's in that damn
Lord of the Rings.
Lord of the Rings thing. Yeah. It's
Yeah.
the pre-hobbits or whatever they're called.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember seeing him on PBS. We got a lot of the British stuff when I was a kid on public broadcasting stuff. It wasn't.
Yeah.
They wouldn't show it on mainstream because sometimes it might be too salty for some Americans.
Yeah, it was,
Yeah,
it was
they-
quite funny in the like, early 80s. He did what was that? A show called Tiswas. That was really funny.
Oh,
Yeah, he was like, he's a funny guy like that.
There was we got a thing called the South Bank Show. It was like
Yeah.
comedy bits and stuff, and
Yeah.
yeah,
Really good.
yeah.
Yeah, the world's changed a little bit, and if you look back at where we were and where we're heading, like that the guy who was reviewing that Apple thing was saying like the way it goes, once that comes down to being like a £500 device, $500 device, not a 4,000 one, and everybody has it, no one will have a phone ever again. They'll just have that thing
Yeah.
on the head. That'll be it.
Well, and just imagine, like we were talking about before, about the discomfort and the sweating and stuff like that. You're going to get more like ear infections and people with like
Yeah, there'll be
other
a whole
kinds
new
of-
industry of health,
yeah,
of like goggle hygiene. YouTube.
yeah, basically, yeah.
It's weird.
Because
Yeah.
it's just not. Like I said, it's fun. I do like VR. I've been using it since '95 or '93, whatever. When it finally became usable, but
I thought by now we would have to try and drag it back to music because it's supposed to be talking about music. I thought by now we would have virtual like on stage experiences of a gig where you could put a VR headset on and you could be on the stage behind the drum.
I mean, they could.
That'd be really cool.
They could basically integrate into something like Rock Band, and you could do that.
That'd be cool.
Yeah.
So you're not just watching a video of a concert. You're in the concert. You could be on the stage. You could like change your location. I want to be over there.
In fact,
That'd be cool.
on the Wii, they had that that balance board thing for doing like Wii Fit, where you're
Yeah.
supposed to do like little exercises.
Yeah.
So there was I was probably planned, but who knows? There was a clever side use for that. You bought this terrible thing called Wii Music, where it's all like gestural stuff with the remotes.
All right.
Like if you move it like this with the violin patch, you get like a violin bowing
okay.
action.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
And you could push some of the buttons to make some things change and stuff. There was a flute one. There was a couple, but they decided to make the nunchuck and the controller work for drums. So there was a drum mode, and so the balance board, the left became your hi-hat, the right became your kick,
Okay.
and the right hand. So you had to do a little bit of juggling because it's really just two controllers and your feet.
Yeah.
So you had your because you had the 3 buttons on. There's like an arc of buttons. There's like a D-pad and some other stuff on the nunchuck. So you basically, by memorizing which buttons activate which instruments, and you memorize when you do that, this is the crossover to do like a hi-hat and your snares over here, and you remember the button presses and the motions, and you practice. You could do a crazy-ass live drum jam with a pretty decent drum kit on the screen. And there's this little crowd of those little me characters going wee 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 jumping, and when you get a pattern down, it's remembering it's watching you and it's getting your pattern, and it starts to get like green, 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 and then like the crowd starts going crazy because you're on a pattern. You're not like all random shit.
Yeah.
And so it's kind of encouraging to get you to keep playing. But I didn't really know patterns well because I never played stick drums until I finally bought this TD-17 kit. But anyway, so they had a mode where you could free drum or go through lessons. And man, one day I went through like 10 different lessons, and I was drenched. I was like sweating my ass off because it's a lot of this, motion and all this kind of stuff.
Good workout.
And yes, you're not touching anything. There's no bouncing on the strings, but you're going through the motions of how to play and the muscle memory of where the things are. And then once you learn that, you could also work on the stick technique later, right? I mean, it's a separate thing. But this is why I don't know people criticize those Bluetooth drumsticks, where you use an app on your iPhone or whatever to do the same thing.
Yeah.
And I've used a few of them, and yes, it's the same thing. You're not bouncing off of anything, but at least you're getting the mechanics down of where things are, how to hit them. in space, and it's better than nothing. And they are portable, so some of that technology is come along quite a bit, and the Bluetooth tracking is very good in space. You know, it knows where your stick is in space with the little module that comes with, and just like the 3D tracking stuff for scanning, right?
Yeah.
It knows where home is, and it's tracking the distance. So it actually works quite well. So you still need to hit a proper pad of some kind, whether it's rubber or real. But I mean, at least to get the mechanics down of how to play the drums and where everything is, like, oh, the ride's over here and something crashes over here, all that shit that nobody knows in the beginning. You can learn all that from some of these apps and some of these gadgets, and then eventually get to practice on a real kit somewhere down the line. So they have this tech. It's just not all in one thing. So they could easily put a VR system around something like that Wii thing, or GarageBand, or one of those Rock Band, I think it was, to simulate the band experience. You know?
Back in the 80s, I learned to play the drums by playing my sofa. I used to hit the sofa. Used to sit on the sofa and like, oh, the sidearm's going to be the snare drum, the back of the sofa's going to be tom-toms. And I did that. So that was before VR. No, that was like virtual reality. My sofa was my virtual drum kit. It worked.
Yeah.
So,
hey, you know, whatever works. And again, if it's getting you to a point of making music and learning stuff, it's always good.
got me interested in the idea of buying a drum kit. So drum kit.
Exactly.
And got the police round that said, apparently there's an assault at the house. So no, I'm just playing a drum kit. Right, okay. So I didn't get told off. The people who phoned up got told off.
Well, I mean, I got a really good deal on this TD-17, and it sounds really good, and it feels good, and I got it all laid out, and I went through a couple basic lessons on it, and I haven't fucking touched it for like a year. And I want to, but it's just, you got to have that goddamn time to sit there and just do it, you know. So I'm meaning to keep doing it. I mean, I mainly got it to screw around with, because I wanted a MIDI controller that's drum-ish, that I could hook up to synths and fire off weird stuff.
Got a TD-17 or got a 7, or might be a 27. So yeah, they're good.
Yeah, this is the cheapest one that's actually good. The 17 is pretty good.
Yeah, I've got the TD-30.
This has a proper hi-hat stand with a rubber hi-hat.
Yeah.
So and the foot pedals are all like, I'm hitting a real kick. I actually got a double kick thing on it.
Oh, okay.
Although that's a whole other thing to learn, but it's a real kick, you know, banger thing. And so I mean, it's a proper feeling kit. It's got mesh heads all over the place, no rubber heads, and it's got chokeable cymbals. It's got all that shit, right?
Yeah.
And the brain is really good, because the brain also has an SD card in it. So without even using a computer, I can load a bunch of samples into it and go nuts.
Yeah.
And it has proper MIDI out, not some USB shit. So I can hook it to any piece of gear instantly and just start screwing around if I want to do synth sounds or something. You know?
Yeah.
So I mean, it's ready to go. I just got to have the time and patience to sit and play with it. But
yeah, you just need to find. You just need to make it. You probably want to like make it like a project. It's something you're trying to achieve, and then involve that in it, and then.
Well, the problem is I got all these hand drums. Like I got a wave drum right here. I have another wave drum in a bag. I have the A-frame I love a lot. So I end up playing hand drums more than anything, because
if you got
they're more portable, more immediate.
What's it called? The circular thing with the segments in it.
HPD-15?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have that right behind me.
Yeah, that's good.
The 20 is cool, because the 20 actually allows you to put a stick in there for samples. That's the one Ramsey has. Right. But I got the 15 like, I don't know, 10 years ago, maybe more.
15's the big one with the two got like slider things.
It's got the slider, so you can do like Cuicas, and you can do gyros and all kinds of shit on there.
Ones. It's weird, isn't it?
It's great.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the sounds are somewhat dated. I mean, they're V drums from the time.
Yeah.
So it's probably like a, I don't know, TD-10 or whatever, TD-6 or whatever kind of sounds in there. Yeah, one of those kind of things. But it's because I have a TD-6 brain. I actually bought when Guitar Center owns that Simmons brand, and they came out with these like cheap Simmons kits, and they were blowing them out. One time it was like $250 or something like that for a kit. I go, all right, it looks cheap, but it does have MIDI on it, but it's USB MIDI. Is it class compliant? Well, it's only $250. I'll try it. So I took it home, and it was fun to just kind of tinker it. Like no chokeable cymbals, crappy rubber pads, noisy when you bang on it. But it was a small footprint, and it was spread out like a drum kit, and it's good for rudiments, like practice, basic layouts, what to hit, how to get the muscle memory down and stuff. So I played with it for a while. It was kind of fun. But then I tried the MIDI, and it was not fucking class compliant, of course. So I said, there's no way to hack this thing. Oh, there is a way to hack this thing. I cracked open the brain and saw all the leads coming out to all the heads. So I made alligator clip 1/4-inch cables. I hacked into all the individual wires inside the brain, wired up my own 1/4-inch cables, and then bought a TD6 brain for like $150 on eBay or something like that, and put that on top, and that was my proper brain, and I was getting really good sounds out of this little shitty Simmons kit. And it had proper MIDI out too, so I was triggering it and also hooking it to synths to get me. So that was my proof of concept. That's what I want to do. Cool. And then I just waited till I could afford a proper Roland kit, and then they're blowing out these TD17 KVXs, so I had to get one of those.
And Roland stuff lasts forever. They're made to get their living shit beat out of them. They'll still work.
Right.
Some of the cheaper ones just break.
Oh, hold on. Apparently my mic is clipping, but I have it on auto. Let me see. Is it still on auto?
I think you just went a bit too close to it. A bit loud.
Oh, it's not auto. That's why. Let me switch it back to auto. Or no, I'll just turn it down a tad. I had it set to manual because I was doing little synthy bits, but so that should be better.
Yeah, you're fine.
But yeah, so it's nice to have an actual kit. The problem is being here and not playing with this other shit and just focusing on that. And the same reason I'm not good at piano, I don't have the patience to sit and play piano like I want to, because it's so boring to sit there and do all the piano rudiments, basically, right? And now I got to learn the drum rudiments. It's like, Jesus Christ. So
I don't learn nothing, mate. I just buy the kit and get on with it. I don't know nothing. That's why when I was doing this the song that I'm currently doing at the minute, like to get the song up and going, I don't know how to do it. So I've got Andy, my mate, who knows how to do guitar chords, because I don't do chords on guitar. I can do lead.
yeah.
How weird is this? I can do lead guitar, but I can't do chords. So I've got him to do the chords to get the song up and running. So can you work this song out that we need to do? Like, yeah. So just went around and recorded it. So yeah,
I'm still a guitar newbie, even though I have a lot of guitars. But aren't chords a lot easier than lead?
No, because I don't know anything about the chords.
Because that's where people start, right? I started with chords, and that's as far as I can go. I can't do any.
No, I'm the opposite. Maybe it's just me.
Yeah, you went the other way around.
Yeah, I've got 5 guitars. I've got no idea how to do a chord. My idea of a chord is two strings is a chord. That's as far as I go. Anything else is too much.
That's the only reason I stayed playing guitar, because once you learn a few chords, you can actually do a whole bunch of songs.
Yeah, I don't do chords.
And then also, once you learn the shapes, that's the cool thing about doing tabs. Is I got to download that whole Olga before they took it down. Is the online guitar archive? It's all the fucking tabs for thousands of songs. I have the whole archive.
That's how I do lead. Let me like explain lead. I sellotape my lead together in a looper. So I'll work out where I need to play, and then I do a bit more, and it sounds like a lead guitar. So
that works. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, whatever works. Yeah, loopers are amazing.
But the chords are fun because you learn the basic shapes of the chords, and then when you start learning other tabs or something, and you go, oh wait a minute, that's the same shape I played over here.
I know one chord. I know one chord. That's C major on a keyboard. Everything else is, I don't know what it is. I've no idea. I've not a clue on keyboards or guitar. I ain't got a clue on chords. I play something that sounds okay.
Well, plus a lot of guys who do, guitar, they're mostly just doing pentatonic scale riffs. So they're not even really doing anything original. It's just pentatonic scale.
You're talking in that foreign language again there. You're saying this scale thing. I've no idea about scales.
You sit there mechanically, just learn a pentatonic scale, and then you just memorize those things, and you just go do 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 do.
I need to write a song. I don't know anything about music. I think it's hilarious, but it's just how it is. I don't want to know is what part of it is. I don't want to know what. I don't. It's a bit like trying to figure out how something works. I don't want to know how it works. I just like the idea of the magical stuff of music. So I've got
Well,
no
that's-
interest in knowing how it works.
Well, that's why I learned a bunch of tricks lately on the Machina Plus with guitar samples and drum samples, where try to get more realistic performance out of these kind of static samples. Now the drum samples are different because they're multi-sampled on there with velocity and pressure. So if you try like a certain arpeggio pattern on a drum kit, the really good drum kits like the Abbey Road kits that they have on there, and a few other things, the velocity is, and the timbres are beautiful coming off these rhythm kits. It's like, God damn, there's all kinds of expression in here. You just have to figure out how to massage it to get it to come out. And the easiest way when you don't, limited time, and you're worried about the timing in general of time to 500 takes, is you just lock on an arpeggio, and you figure out the sounds you need, and then you just start, you bring them in and use pressure to invoke all this cool expression out of it. You still have to have the timing down. You have to know what you're doing to get it to work.
Yeah.
But the arpeggio and the beauty of the samples is really helping you out a lot. And then you start layering the takes, because Machina Plus is essentially a sequencer, right? I'm layering takes, and I'll do one pass, and I'll do like a little live bit there, and I go, oh, that's pretty good. I rarely use the quantize, because the quantize often fucks up what I'm trying to do. So I just sit there and do it until I get it just right, and then maybe add a little embellishment, and then I'll make a copy of that take, and then I'll couple other things added to it, and then I'll make a copy of the original one, which is much simpler, and maybe take some stuff out. I'll go quickly into the strip, and I'll just like take those notes out, so I don't have to replay every damn thing.
I do quantize some things, but most things, if it's external, like a synth that's external, I don't even hook it up with any connection apart from the audio. I just chuck it in the looper and just play it. We're done. If it's wrong, just do it again.
Oh yeah. Well, that's a great thing. It's a quick undo. I've got undo right there. I just shift and pad 6 or whatever is undo. Just go, boop, I fucked that up. Okay, that's good. Oops. Okay, now copy it. Oh, that's messed up. Oh, start over again. Okay. And then, so that's nice about the workflow is, even though it's a DAW in a box, it doesn't feel like it, because it's hardware, and it's really, once you memorize a few combinations,
you've got actual physical buttons to press. It's not a
Yeah.
mouse
and the expression, all that expression I'm getting.
Yeah.
And then the guitar, I found a bunch of great guitar contact libraries on Piano Book and a few other places for free. And some of these are just incredible, like either distorted guitars or heavily affected guitars. And you turn the, play with the envelope with it, so you get some really nice sustaining bits and stuff. And then you just end up with, like using the pitch bender trick I was doing. You guys have seen my little whammy bar trick on the thing, to fake whammy bar on a guitar, or string bending on a guitar with tweaking
I went
the
for a
pads.
phase trying to find good guitar sounds on keyboards. And I saw it for, I went, how much is a guitar? Hang on, have a look. Oh, I can get one for 70 quid. Fuck it, I'm just going to buy a guitar. Why am I trying to make a guitar on a keyboard when I can just fucking buy a guitar?
I agree, but I'm so lazy. I'm having more fun with Machina Plus guitars than a real guitar. So.
Oh yeah. But I would think the Machina ones are like, they offer a different sort of keyboard version of a guitar, offers you a different result, which might be.
Well, I'm getting all that expression with the pads. It's just really amazing.
Maybe, yeah. I have real trouble with pads. I can't do chromatic stuff on pads. That drives me insane. It just complete.
I got used to it. Yeah, it's weird at first because it's just kind of bizarre. And on a circuit, you can go into a chromatic mode where it lights up like a keyboard.
Yeah.
So that's cool for some of that stuff. But after a while, you get to learn it. And once you pick a scale you like if I want to do a Japanese scale, like a Hirajoshi scale, which is a really cool like pentatonic scale from Japan. I love those scales. So I'll lock the pads into a scale, and then I can noodle for what sounds good to me, and that makes it so much easier than having to memorize all the notes, what's where. I'm doing it purely by feel.
The only work for me with music stuff is on the MPC. You can do, what do they call it? Chord progressions, where a pad, you can have like a chord progression of like a jazz thing or an R&B thing, and you get a whole load of chords or each on a different pad. And if you play through them, it sounds like I've got something interesting. So I do that. That's
Yeah.
as far as I go with the pad way of doing musical stuff. But then on the top, I'll fly to it like a normal keyboard, or I might go and edit it a little bit. But I'm not a musician. I'm a guy who writes songs. I'm probably the worst band member you could ever find. I've got a memory like a goldfish. I've got zero talent in playing any instrument really, apart from
Yeah.
drums. I'm not too bad on drums.
Hey, Manny, jump in if you want. I got the link up top there.
Yeah, come on in, people.
So Universal Vibes talking about the Brian Moore guitars. I got one of those from a friend a while back, the 13-pin
big red thing.
guitars.
Yeah.
No, it's just a really nice wood. It's that kind of curved top. I don't know what you call the style, but it's a really beautiful wooden curved top guitar. It's a proper guitar, but it has the built-in 13-pin pickup with the lead, and you just plug in one of these crazy 13-pin cables into the equivalent box. So I have a GR1. This is an old Roland one. I have another, like a G10, I think it's called, or something like that, which is a basic 13-pin to MIDI, and then MIDI can go to anything. So I've used that to control like my Reface DX. So I played guitar to control the Reface DX. That was really fun. So once you have that, you have all the goodness of guitars once you learn how to do some basic stuff on the guitar, and all that performance going over MIDI to your gear. So you can add a lot of cool like inflections and control that are very hard to do without something like an Osmos or some other kind of rolly thing or whatever, because the guitar gives you all that string bending and hammer on pull off, all that kind of like extra crazy stuff you just can't do on a keyboard. So
yeah, that's why I got the wind instrument, because you get something different.
Yeah, exactly. So I got this, and I got the Silphio and other stuff. It's a lot of fun.
It's another way of entering data, which gives you a different feel. You the things you play on that recorder, you wouldn't play on a keyboard.
No, and I don't even play this well because I don't remember all the notes. I gotta practice.
Well, I've got no idea. I'll just put it in I'll put it in a scale that works, and I'll work out the scale by, because I don't know scales, so I'll hold down the notes that work what I'm trying to play. Then I go onto the internet and enter those notes in a scale finder app, and it goes and tells me that's what the scale is. I don't know.
Hey, whatever works, I mean,
yeah.
I mean, I'm literally doing those stupid hardware jams in like 2 hours from nothing. So whatever I come out with either works or it doesn't work, and luckily it kind of works. But usually I'm just like, I don't know what I'm doing, and then I'm like, oh shit, I better hurry up and upload or the show's gonna be over.
Yeah.
And then so it is what it is. So the last one I had a bunch of audio problems. I said, fuck it, I just uploaded it anyway. But it's
the hardware jams is cool because it makes you more productive.
Totally.
It?
I mean,
it changes your I'm going to do a song, and then like 3 months later you've nearly finished it, to I'm going to do a song, I've got 2 hours and you've done it.
That's why I joined, because I wanted to have a good excuse to keep doing stuff, and I don't always have ideas. So by them giving you, it's like the 24-hour film festival, by giving you a topic, a restriction, and a time frame, and go to town. It's a hell of a lot easier making a jam than it is making a goddamn film in 24 or 48 hours.
Yeah, for sure.
Because sometimes those take like 4 or 5 people, and they still don't get it done.
I know, yeah. Well, I've been doing this. I've been doing a video edit, and I'm still doing the video edit on a 2.5 minute video, and it stills. It's a slideshow. It's still taking forever.
I know. I've been doing videos since the early 90s when video got good on Macs, and even then I'm just kind of tired of doing it. I mean, I enjoy the process. I enjoy the cool stuff you can do, but it's so laborious just to get the most basic stuff done.
I like the creation, but some of it is like tedious. It's like at the minute I'm doing stuff where I'm wanting to drop in text and stuff to outline what's happening in the music. It's just so fucking slow. and I find that I'm running on what's the program, DaVinci Resolve, and on my Intel, what do you call it, Mac Mini thing, it doesn't like the text. It won't play it live, so you can't see the text popping in on the right time. You know it is the right time because I've put in markers that said that's when it's supposed to go in, but it won't play back on the timeline in time. You have to go and render the fucking thing out to then see if it's any good. So that just makes it, as my last 10 minutes work any good? Don't know. Render it out, takes 5 minutes, play it back. Oh, that bit's wrong. All right, I'm just going to fix that bit. It's just annoying. Maybe I need a better PC, but whatever.
Yeah, I mean,
it's not even anything fancy on the text. It's just text that comes in. It's just on off. You know what I mean? It's not flipping around or doing something wacky. It's just like on off, as in it is or it isn't happening. It just doesn't want to play back. But it's just annoying.
I enjoy the process.
Your production down, doesn't it? It just makes your creative juices like stop flowing because you're thinking, oh god, I need another like 20 of these doing. It's going to take all fucking night, and it does.
I enjoy the process, but I kind of got burned out back when videos were only like this big. I spent a lot of time working on those little tiny ass videos, which really pushed the envelope of your computer at the time, and trying to make it the best I could, and all these little fun little tweaks and doing some 3D stuff and all that. And so finally, just like, especially with the hardware jams, I don't have time to make a video. I could barely get the thing shot and performed, so I can't make any fancy videos. So I don't even care about those. In fact, lately I have had so little time, I don't even get a chance to re-render it with titles. I just put the goddamn thing up and put notes in on the YouTube video because that extra step takes more time. So.
Yeah, but the hardware jam isn't about the video. The hardware jam is about the jam.
No, I know, but a lot of people try to do the whole thing, and I get it because it's a visual thing. It's kind of boring sitting to watch a guy tweak the whole time. But hey, I'm shooting myself play because I did it live, and you got to watch something.
Yeah.
So, it was fun when we did the micro challenge. I was able to incorporate some of my microscope footage into there, so it had a more visual element to it. But I already shot all that stuff. It was easy just to blend that stuff in and out of different things as the music changed.
I do one of two things on hardware jam challenges. It's either it's all done on MPC, then I go off and find a whole load of video clips and throw them all together to make a video, or if I'm doing it on like the SP404 or doing it on the little rolling T8 things, then it's just my phone looking at it. I can't be bothered with anything else. We're done. Just there you go. I can't be bothered. I'm not gonna fuck about. Let's get on. It's whatever. To me, it's depending on what the music is, what I'm doing, it's what the video's going to do. If it's basically the MPC doing all the heavy lifting, and it's pointless just me pointing at a camera at the MPC doing its thing, like that's a waste of time. I'm just going to make an actual video. Just export the audio and make a video. I'll just go to Pixabay and grab a load of clips. Try and like sort of tell a story with clips. Do it that way. Or if it's a thing that I'm on a little hardware jam actually doing something, I just put a camera on it. Whatever works. It doesn't really matter, does it? At the end of that, I mean, some of the things you see on hardware jams is really good. Some people properly go to town. They go like low major effects going off and stuff. It's like really good.
Yeah.
But they've got more talent and whatever.
Well, it's also how much time you put into it too. Like I said, I'm only putting maybe 2 hours into it max, or even less sometimes. So if I had all weekend to work on it, I would. I'm okay with what I put out, but I'd be a lot happier if I had more time to put into something.
And also some of the things I do on hardware jams is just a jam. So it's got no singing on it. And other things are going like, well, okay. So I've got from Friday till Monday morning to completely write a song. So I'll go off and do that. Because it used to be like, when I was writing a song in like 2021, I'd take a month to write a song. Yeah. Because you go like, I'll look at it and I'll think about it for 2 days and do a bit more, then do a bit more, and then do a bit more. But when you're doing a hardware jam, it's like, you got 2 days, mate. You need to get off your arse and get on with it, mate. Fucking song done.
Well, I mean, before hardware jams, I was just doing random, as I get like a new piece of equipment, or get an idea for mixing a couple of pieces of equipment, then I would make something. It was all based on that. I would never just go, oh, I have a tune in mind, let's go do something. It's all about a piece of gear, a couple presets I liked, or something I tweaked, or something new. I go, oh, I got to use this now. I bought it. I'm going to make something with it. And that was most of my SoundCloud and YouTube stuff until Hardware Jams came along. Just random shit, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, but the challenges give you a jumping off point or a starting point, doesn't it? If you got a challenge, it says it's about this. You go, oh, okay, and off you go. You know, it's better than just staring at a blank piece of paper or a blank sequence. So it gets you up and running. So it's quite cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's your plans for 2024 then? You got anything you want to achieve this year?
Not really. Just try not to be broke anymore. Try to get a proper job again, and just you know, like this whole thing for Dom came up, and I'm like, shit, there's a bunch of good stuff in there, but I can't afford it. You know.
I know. Yeah.
I mean, I can maybe get one cheap thing just to have something, just to remember him by, which is and also give some money to the family. But I normally, if I were working full time like before, I'd buy like 10 things on there easily, because there are a bunch of things that I really like on that list, and they're good prices. I'm like, God damn, this is all about timing, right?
Yeah.
But so I'll be happy to get something that's nice.
Just pick something up because it's something that he's played with, so you know.
Yeah, exactly. But I want to get something I'm going to use, not just to look at it and go, hey, there's Dom's thing over there. I want to actually get something I can afford and something I will use.
Yeah.
Like there's a Volca on sale. I already have that. So vocal drum's nice. I have one, but I don't want a second one. You know, because I already have one. But that's probably one of the cheapest things on the list. But there's some sweet stuff in there. Now, unfortunately, some of the stuff that I knew he had is already gone. So I think some people got early access to the list. And it was.
I'm not even seen the list.
Well, it was, so PSN, he had it on the show today. He announced it and put it out. But there were clearly people like 2 or 3 weeks ago that got list and already bought stuff, because I knew about specific things that are long gone, just from early talk. And somehow some people got early access to the list. I don't know how that worked. It's none of my business, but it's kind of unfortunate because, you know, it'd be nice to more people get opportunity to get some of that stuff who wanted it.
Yeah, I imagine he's got a lot of stuff. There must be something on there you might pick up that takes your fancy. But he had a boatload of stuff in his studio, didn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, no, he had some good stuff in there for sure. He even has some modular stuff on the list. Not much, but he has some stuff on the list that's kind of nice. So I'll figure it out. But I mean, I've been strapped lately. It's just, especially after NAMM, I kind of made a bunch of concessions to be able to go to NAMM.
Yeah.
Because you know, gas is not cheap and food is a really basic thing. But
did you have to get a hotel and stuff to stay there?
I did, but the last 2 days I was down there, I just crashed in the car because I was mobile a lot, and I was up on Mulholland Drive, and I was going to Venice Beach. I wasn't sure when I was going to go back home. I was having fun down there doing a bunch of stuff, and it's just the hotels were killing me down there. I got the cheapest I could get, but it's just I could only plan for so much crazy stuff, and I'm a camper, so I'm used to going to Yosemite and camping in the car. So if it's a couple days in the car, I don't mind. So it's just. The basic easy way, like a sponge bath, the equivalent of a sponge bath in the hospital. You can do that in any bathroom when you're traveling. So,
yeah.
So it's easy to stay clean and wash your hair and do all the usual shit you can do that without having a proper hotel room if you need to, right? Especially if stuff's booked up. Like I got lucky. I got the rooms totally last minute and still found a really cheap deal, or cheap enough at least that I could afford it. But normally if I waited that long, I would have been screwed for any hotel room whatsoever, because NAMM, just like SIGGRAPH, just like all these other shows,
you got so many people who tackle the space.
The whole thing books because it's worldwide, right? So everyone comes from all over the world, just chokes out all the hotel rooms, and then the hotels know they can charge more, so they crank up the prices near the show. So if you don't get it ahead of time, you're kind of screwed.
Did you enjoy it? Did you like doing it? Would you do it again?
I love it. Yeah, I mean, I loved NAMM the first time I went in 2009 when it was a totally different show. and it was all new to me, and it was huge, and I didn't know where I was going to go and who I was going to see, and didn't really know, other than my friend I went with, I didn't know anybody down there. But you got to meet all kinds of people, and they had, back then there were a lot more celebrities, like Weird Al Yankovic's doing like signatures, and Sheila E.'s walking around. You see the Jackson Brothers doing their thing. You see like metal bands having a booth with this massive line of people to get stuff signed by some metal band.
Well, yeah, NAMM's not just about keyboards, is it? It's about everything.
It's everything, but now the focus is less on that kind of. They don't have booths anymore for autographs. If you see celebrities, it's random walking around and stuff. It's a different kind of feel, and with obviously COVID changed a lot of stuff, and a lot of people doing stuff online, or like Roland didn't show up because if you've been to a Guitar Center or see what they look like, I think I did a tour on the pub one day from the Guitar Center, but they did these fancy stands in all the Guitar Centers now, so they don't need to go to NAMM as far as shit that they're selling. It's all like NAMM style in a Guitar Center. It's like a mini NAMM store.
Yeah.
So that's one way they can just say, you know what, we'll just put it in the stores where people are going to buy it anyway, and then you can get a NAMM experience. They hire a guy to walk around to supposedly know the stuff. It's not just a guitar store flunky, and that's their NAMM replacement. Because they haven't been at several NAMMs lately, so they don't. I mean, Boss was there, but not a huge presence that I could see.
I don't think they need to be, do they? They do a lot of releases.
Not really.
As virtual.
Yeah, not really. Yeah. So that's kind of that's another way it's changed. But I still enjoyed it. I mean, I got sick walking around, but that's just the way it is with all these
your
people.
engineering way of doing that thing. Well, that was good. Then like virtual, like game console type things, the display behind it. Well, that was cool.
Yeah.
That was neat.
Yeah, it's fun for me because I'm an expo junkie anyway. I like Macworld and SIGGRAPH. I never went to Comdex before they closed, but I would have gone. One of these days I'll get to CES, the Consumer Electronics Show. I do want to go to NobCon, but it's far away and it's got to worry about money, so we'll see how that goes. Synthplex was amazing, but they didn't have it this year. Maybe they'll have it next year. Who knows? That was really good. I enjoyed Synthplex a lot. It's much smaller. More interfacing with again some famous musician people. You get to chat with them. You get to like Alan Howarth was there walking around, and Alan Howarth's amazing. All the stuff from John Carpenter and all the soundtrack stuff he did, and tech stuff. And it would have been fun to talk to him because he's amazing. But talking to some of the other guys there and watching Suzanne Ciani patch a Buchla from scratch. Manny was there with me.
Yeah, Manny was there. Yeah.
We're just like, look at that shit. She's patching it from scratch. So, how many people can do that? Probably 5 people on the planet can do that.
You went to the Buchla thing as well, did you?
Yeah, that was fun too. That was on. My videos. I don't have any videos from that because I'm on some PSN the whole time, or no, the Kent's Pub thing.
Right.
So, so if you look at Kent's Pub from that day, you'll see all my footage of that.
Right.
And then we did the Buffet Crampon special when I got back to NAMM that same day. So that was the only day I don't have any of my own uploads except I think after the pub ended, I did a little bit, I think, of my own that day. But most of it was because the pub runs for hours.
Yeah.
I was just there, and I said, "Okay, cue." They kept cutting to me for stuff, and then after a while, you've seen it for a while, and it goes back to discussion.
You could always chop it up, couldn't you? Put it on your own channel.
Yeah, I'm gonna download it and make my own version of it, just the synthy bits.
Historical reasons, So you got it.
Yeah, because it's the only way I could get it. It's only on someone else's channel. So I did the same thing for my EMOM stuff in San Francisco. I'll go into the giant feed for like 3 hours, and I'll pull off my bit and put it on my channel. They don't give a shit if you do that because they're not making any money off the channel. So, and I actually had to get my last performance sent to me from the actual download because the live feed was all choppy. My thing got all screwed up from some kind of glitch.
Oh, you remind me, Dave did an econ a while ago, but it It was a live thing, but we couldn't get to see it. But you reckoned it was recorded. I wonder if that ever turned. I need to ask him if he's ever got the video.
I forgot all about that.
Yeah. It was in Colorado somewhere like that. But it said live. Then you went to the website, and all it was like, "Come on down." It's like, what do you mean, "Come on down"? I'm fucking 4,000 miles away. I guess like, by
Yeah.
whatever. Anyway, yeah. But he reckons it was recorded, so hopefully someone he'll pick the footage, because I think one of his first imam or something like that. It was a while ago, a few months ago.
Hey, look who it is. How's it
Hi,
going?
kids. How are we?
Is your first
What's
name Alan?
It's the bastard. Same. Good, mate.
Alan
Yeah, no,
Bastard.
I saw you. Let me just turn off the other bits and pieces here. That's better. Okay. Yeah, so I saw you talking about being creative on demand, and I thought, yeah, that's the problem we all have, isn't it? It's just a case of trying to take the blank sheet of paper or the blank recording track or the blank idea and try to turn it into something that's entertaining for a few minutes. And that's a hard thing. It's a hard thing because all the low-hanging fruit has been plucked, hasn't it, really? All our good ideas we've had.
But the difference is you can really play, so you can just pull it out of the air and just do it. So
yeah, but if you do, I've been going through this very problem with a young lad who's learning arrangements, and he's where I was when I was 18 or 19. I didn't even have access to arrangements to look at to see how things were structured, so I had to do it all by ear, and write it down, have a disaster in front of the band, eat humble pie, go back, change all the ink, recopy it, do it again, bring it back, and then hopefully it wouldn't be opening night yet.
wow, that's crazy.
So you can play, but with him, I've been going through the issue of having to write something to spec and how to get from just writing descriptive stuff to writing stuff that is actually evoking emotion or channeling into emotion. So we've been down that path, and then we're now honing the score. So he's got a piano vocal score, and we're looking at the harmonisations and what sort of leaps singers are good at doing and what sort of leaps they're not good at doing. So singers aren't very good, amateur singers aren't very good at doing chromatic sort of work or dropping a fourth on demand or pulling the major seventh off the top of a triad sort of thing. It's all difficult. And
who needs emotion? You just do like 4 chords and some boots and cats, and you're all set. So
maybe, but we're going down the path of structuring things, with 2 A's and then a B segment for a bridge, and then an A again to recapitulate sonata form effectively. But it's all interesting to do, but just to teach someone else to do it is really fucking hard. We've got the ability to turn it out yourself in 5 minutes because you've been thinking about the problem for 50 years or so. But to someone who's new at it all, who maybe doesn't play a polyphonic instrument, and for whom harmony is a chore, and then having to get a melody that works and then harmony to fix with it, and then take those ideas and repeat them in a fashion that's going to appeal to the audience, or at least make it familiar to them, or make a melody easy for an amateur singer to sing. All of those things are all big learning points. And so he probably thinks I'm a bit of an ogre at the moment because I've been constantly nitpicking his score. And I said, "You're doing really well." I'm nitpicking him. And he's going, he just feels as if he sort of, he doesn't have the grasp of it yet. And I think some of it's time too. Like, you have the problem today and you go away and you think about it for 6 months and you come back and then you find it easy. But it's that 6 months of back of the brain activity and thinking about it on the bus or in the shower or wherever you might be, and just letting the permutations and combinations sort of float through your brain. And I think that's what we do as musicians. But some days are easier than others, and some writing tasks are easier than others.
Yeah, you need to find space sometimes. It's difficult these days because you've got so many things saying, "Look at me, look at me, look at me," that you don't have a lot of time, or unless you work it out yourself, you don't have much time for an idea to drop into your head because someone's like either calling on the phone or texting you, or there's a thing on Facebook, or there's an email turned up, or you know what I mean. So those times when you go for a walk, or like you say, you have a shower, that is when some idea might come to your head. So you need to make more space for them sort of times.
You've still got the requirement, but you just need to have time to have it percolate to the top of the brain space where it becomes a solid idea.
You need your
to try.
fun head to be on, not your work head.
Yeah, and then after you'd write it, you've then got to walk away again and come back and then see if it has any legs
Yeah,
when you view it for the first time again.
yeah.
Whether the novelty factor is kind of there or whether you were just pissing into
Have
the
you
breeze.
found that you listen to your own music differently when you have other people listening with you?
Look, my background is really weird. I mean, I could generate something that would sound cohesive in an instant, but only because I've written formula for that many years. Whether it be something that appeals to you or to anyone in the audience is sort of probably unlikely, but you can do it. You can write to formula, or you write to spec, or write in a style, and then work from there. But yeah, for me, I don't think I really have the luxury of liking my work, and I think that's something that happens when you take everything apart mentally every time you hear something. So I'll hear music in the lift, and I will instantly pick apart the melody, or I'll be having a massage at one of those places that plays the diatonic piano music in the background, and I'll be listening to that, and all the dots will be appearing in my head. So
yeah, you can't see the overall picture. You see the minutiae of how it's all built all the time.
It all turns into fly shit in front of me. So every time I hear something, it turns into fly shit, which means I then go to listen for really complicated stuff. So I'll have to go to reach for Oscar Peterson or something that's vastly non-diatonic, Scriabin or Schoenberg or one of the 12-tone composers who's just doing stuff that's beyond my ability to see the fly shit. So and then when you're writing something yourself, you think, oh, this is a bit twee, because you can see that it's ascribing to patterns that you've probably seen before, or this is kind of a Beatles chord progression, or this is kind of a George Michael or an ELO or whatever it might be, some sort of, or it could be a Rodgers and Hammerstein tune or something like that, or a Gilbert and Sullivan. So all of these ideas are all sort of part of the smorgasbord, but when you go up and fill your plate with prawns, that's what you get,
Do you write music for shows then? Or
yeah, I do. I write a lot of music for shows. I do orchestrations and original music for shows. So they might ring me and say, Steve, I need a pre-finale number that's a bit of a heartstring tugger, and it's going to last 2.5 minutes. It's going to be sung by either a male or female voice, and then I'll just slide that in, and I'll write to a formula, but it would always be a vocal hook. So it might be a sentiment like, the best things are the memories we share, or something along those lines. So that instantly puts the audience into the sentimental end of the show, feel good moment for 2.5 minutes ahead of the curtain calls. So you tend to write the formula. If I'm writing a first act or second act opening, it's going to be brighter and probably a show tune, like a bright 2. It may be in a certain style, but again, it depends if I have to generate lyrics for it. Like what I might write as just a plain instrumental piece might be totally different.
Do you write the tune? Do you like demo the tune as in it's an audio? Then you'll give out all the actual stuff for the orchestra to play. Do you work all that out as well?
Yeah, there are normally 2 stages. Normally they want the idea of what it's like, vocal and piano. So you write a piano vocal score, and you write it end to end, so they know the duration, and they can cut bars without affecting repeats or things like that. So you write it no repeats, you write it end to end, and it probably sits at around 3 or 4 pages, maybe 5 pages of piano vocal score. And then from there they can see the lyric. I have written jokes too. There have been times when I've been totally strapped to write that second last item in the show sort of space. I wrote one year, I wrote a song called The Second Last Item That Nobody Likes. And and it was written in a serious vein, but it was self-mocking, and they didn't think that a junior cast could carry the irony or the depreciation, the self-depreciating self-deprecating humour. They didn't think that was a good idea. They thought it would just come off as sounding a bit like kids doubting their own ability, which it can be. It's a delicate thing. So the sort of stuff that Tim Minchin might do for a big production number, and he writes very well, but he writes for an adult singer, an adult orchestra, a pro arrangement, and it's always the lyrics are honed to within an inch of their proverbial life, so that all of the concepts are very cogent and very
structured.
Structured, and one after the other, and every syllable sits right, and it's been carefully crafted. And then even he is stuck for ideas sometimes. Like he wrote a song decrying George Pell, who was a cardinal who was involved with nasty things the Catholic Church did here in Melbourne in the 50s and 60s. And then he went to the Vatican to pick up a job there, and he was suddenly out of the way. And so Tim Minchin wrote the song Come Home, Cardinal Pell. Unfortunately, Tim wrote the thing to the tune of ELO's Telephone Line. Without thinking about it, but if you then compare the two, they're pretty much the same chord progression, maybe in different keys. But that's so the problem even confronts the big boys. They can get it through the production process without somebody putting up their hand and saying, "Excuse me, Mr. Minchin, you've just
close to this.
You're just a bit close to. Can we change the bridge or something just to slide away from the derivation?" And if you think about it,
you've got your demo done, do you also like split it out into individual players? Do you write that score as well?
I write that score as well. So that will be due a lot later, because I'll have 10 weeks of rehearsal for the cast before they need to do the band call. And the bands are normally able to pick it up in one or two passes if you're right.
How do you know what goes where? Are you able to? Are you a player of all those instruments as well, or do you just know what they can do?
Okay, the ranges of the instruments. Maybe to answer that question, when I was 17 years old, there was virtually nothing on arrangement. There was a big book in the library on orchestration, which is still was from the 30s or 40s, and it was very serious and very turgid, and didn't actually tell you what the structure was, just what the notes are. And there were big books on string articulations, which didn't really help me much. So I started out writing for the school big band, and I made all the mistakes in the world. I wrote too much. I wrote the full section the whole way through rather than having some contrast and some tacits. And they were Beatles tunes or something that was simple, like Lady Madonna or Got to Get You Into My Life, stuff that kids who were 17 years of age and 16 years of age could sort of cope with. But I had the idea of writing it. And once you write it out, and I had harmony. I'd at least studied classical harmony. And I knew the problem is you've got to make a step as a writer. You start with 3-note triadic work. So you're writing hymns, basically, and all hymns are basically a melody with a diatonic chord underneath them. And that's 3-part harmony. And we learn that when we learn arpeggios as a classical player. And then when you do show tunes, they use 4-part harmony. So suddenly you've got into a major chord, you'll have the 6th interval added to the 1, 3, and 5, or you'll have the major 7th interval or the dominant 7th, and those are all flavors of a 4-note chord. And then you get into 5-note chords. So a C chord becomes a C6-9, or a C minor chord becomes a C minor 11th. And at that point, every note in the 5-part harmony is a minor pentatonic scale. So you've actually converged your major and minor at that point. So if I'm thinking straight, a G minor 11th chord is the same as a B flat 6-9, exactly the same notes. So you've taken major and minor and you've condensed the two together, and that learning to write for that is an art. You've got to know how to use 5 voices, knowing where to put the which instruments on the weaker parts and which are on the stronger parts, and how to voice it. And then you've got to voice it the same way all the way through. And then you've got to write in a way that avoids vocals, because the formant of a trumpet and the human voice intersect around the 1 to 2K mark. So you can drown out a voice with a trumpet, for example. So you know not to write that.
Space, yeah.
And then you've got to write your original piano vocal score with little places in between where you can feature a bit of instrumental activity to add to the variety. And then there was a book, Henry Mancini released a book called Sounds and Scores. And in that book, there were 7-inch vinyl discs, which had examples that were in the book. So you could hear a 4-bar phrase from Mr. Lucky, or a 4-bar phrase from Peter Gunn, or a 4-bar phrase from, I don't know, The Faraway Tree from I think it was in one of the movies. I think it's a Mad, 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 Mad World, had that Faraway Tree as the theme. So you had all these examples, but they're all just a section at a time. So you'd have 4 flutes harmonized. It would show you how the melody would lead and the other notes would follow. That takes a while to work out if you're not really trained at it. So all of those things and just trial and error and writing like an idiot, you get better at it slowly. And so you get to the stage where when you conceive a theatre song, you already hear the orchestration happening in your head, or hits of it. You're imagining what it's like sitting in the theatre, watching the spectacle, and you're hearing the music for the first time, and you're hearing those chord changes and the melody, and you hear the female voice, and then your inspiration stops after about 5 bars, and you think, okay, well, I better develop that. So you sort of jot out what you had, and then you continue along that path. You might have a reiteration of the first opening theme, but maybe with a different cadence at the end. Instead of going imperfect, you go perfect. And then you lead into the B section, which is a bridge. So that changes completely. That might be an advance to the relative minor key. That might be a totally different theme. It might be a different mode. It might be something different. And then you slot back in to the A theme again that you used at the start, just to remind the audience of what it was, and hopefully the same vocal hooks are repeated so that the sentiment of the song is repeated.
Do you go along with your, when you write it, so you write it, demo it, split it out for the orchestra. Do you then go to the orchestra? Are you a conductor? Do you actually go to the show, or how far?
Sometimes the music director will take that and just conduct it, because it normally sits pretty straight from the outset. So the beauty is, when I started out, we'd miss bars because our copying was bad, or we were in a hurry, or we didn't have the structure right, or we had wrong notes in the parts. Now we can listen to it over general MIDI out of our orchestration package. So there's already that final step of hearing it before you deliver it to humans, and that kills a lot of the mistake factor. And then from there, and it also irons out a few little wrinkles if you're not happy with the melody part, or you think, oh, maybe that should have been a different note. You can adjust, and then so it's a more refined product because of the automation. And even for years I used to work with just general MIDI and a Roland sound canvas, and just used to play the parts in, because that was enough to hear the relative balance of the instruments and the relative sounds.
Okay.
And I would use a vocal line that was either vibraphone or high clarinet or whatever it was that contrasted with the rest of the piece.
You
so
can definitely hear it. Yeah.
Stick it out like it would stick out like dog's balls, and then you got the idea of the way it was sitting along the score. So so you'd write the formula. So if you set me a writing task now, I would go away and I would about half an hour on any theme, any subject, with lyrics, maybe just a chorus or 32 bars, but it would be I'd have enough ability to do that, just writing on demand, as it were. And it might be a 75% result. It might be a killer. You don't know. That's the other thing. You never know how the public are going to respond to your work. And I was once told by a famous saxophone player I worked with, he said, Steve, never underestimate the general public's ability to love shit.
Yeah. Well,
and that was the first side of it. And so, okay, well, that's one idea. And then the other thing is that days when I'd rock up to a gig I had as a Sunday lunch pianist at the Danish Club here in Melbourne, and I'd rock up, and some days I'd be really shabby. I'd be hungover or just tired because I'd have been up with the children the night before, or something had happened, and you'd walk in and you feel like crap. Some days you just would sit, you walk in there and you sit down. Some days you would play and you would think you played like a bag of crap, and the audience openly applaud what is meant to be wallpaper music. So for them, that's a good outcome, even though, but you can't pick what you're going to get. Other times you'll come in, you feel fresh, you'll feel inspired, your fingers are working, everything's great from the piano end, and you just be stunned silence in the audience. And you're supposed to be wallpaper music, so you're supposed to be background music. So you're not
And then
looking
you
for a
are.
response. And then you are. And then you're sitting there at the piano and you're watching the rollerbladers go along St Kilda Beach in their lycra, all the young fillies, and that makes the gig far more palatable.
Yeah.
One of those. So, you never know how the audience will respond to your work. And then if I hand a piano vocal part across to someone and say, here's this for your show, they'll go away and they'll sing it to their best friend. If their best friend's in tears by the end of it, then you've hit your mark. But you don't know what the testing procedure is for these things. They may just throw them straight at the orchestra. I had one situation where there was an old show tune called Sail Your Dreamboat or something. It was from the 1930s. And we got to the orchestra pit. This is the first dress rehearsal. And the music director said to me, I was on keys happily. He said, Steve, we don't have an orchestration for this. I've looked everywhere for it. Can you knock up an orchestration point blank for Sail Your Dreamboat? So I got the piano vocal score. I went out to the car. I got my HP laser printer and my little HP clamshell. I had a copy of Noteworthy Composer on it, and I've typed it in with using the QWERTY keyboard, which I normally do with that particular product, and then transposed each part, handed it out. I had it for bass. I had a piano part already. That was fine. I had basic drums, which I hand wrote, basic guitar, which I hand wrote as a chord sequence, two trumpets, one trom, two alto sax, one tenor sax, and the second keys playing string line. And I just mocked up something that worked fine. But so you can be under pressure a little within half an hour. They'd started rehearsing the first act, and this was at the first act finale. The band had to play this for the first time. So, and that was a dress rehearsal for the cast. But you get the sense of some days it happens quickly, but you should be able to hit your mark quickly if you're good at it, and you've been thinking about the problem for.
I hope you're paid well. You sound like you know your stuff.
No, you never really are. I mean, these were all voluntary sort of gigs, but you get. I think Australian performers, and I'm not the best among them. There are lots better guys out there than me who do this, but that there is this skill set there, but it's expected. You're expected to be able to fix any problem, and so it's not even the mentality of I can orchestrate or I can conduct or I can play keys. It's a case of we've got a big pothole in the show, fix it, and you're just going to go about doing whatever you can to get it across the line, and quickly. So if you gave me a task now, Steve, write me a 4-part string quartet by Mozart, 32 bars long. So write out those 4 string parts and then send it back as a general MIDI file. I could probably do that in half an hour.
Oh, yeah.
Or give me a Charleston written in a Roaring 20s style. I want something there, 64 bars long. Okay, I'll go away and write that.
I've been looking at old songs actually, because there's a whole load that's come out of copyright, haven't they? Because it's 2023, it's 100 years ago. So there's a whole load of old.
Oh yeah. Well, look, the other thing is, if you look at it, the American War of Independence, the main measure of propaganda was actually sheet music, singing Confederate or songs or others. So there were over 10,000 songs composed just during that war period alone.
Yeah.
And they all found their way into sheet.
All there to
people would sit around the fire, with the piano and have sing songs as entertainment of an evening because they didn't have much else. Yeah. And grandma would play the piano or auntie or whoever.
Same as the First World War, isn't it? And whatever, yeah.
Yeah, Long Way to Tipperary and all that stuff. Yeah, Pack Up Your Troubles in Your Old Kit Bag and all the old tunes.
Yeah,
and those two scan against each other too, if you didn't know. But that's the other thing. You, as a arranger, you get to not recognise things that people don't recognise. Like we all know the Christmas hymn "Joy to the World," and "Joy to the World" is actually a 10-bar hymn, which is really unusual in terms of length. It's not, you would expect 8 or 16 bars or something. No, 10 bars. And the other thing is that you can actually counterpoint the melody backwards against itself.
and it works.
So instead of joy to the world, but yeah, you backwards. It becomes seeing angels and heaven, and seeing angels and heaven, seeing angels and heaven, and His righteousness in every heart. He's every heart in King. Behold the earth. Let come, Saviour, the world to the joy. So it actually goes backwards against itself as a descant, and you recognise all these little musical jokes. I'm on a task at the moment where I'm transcribing for ensemble a lot of Bach's well-tempered clavier, and there's a clear indication in some of those works that he didn't want them transcribed for four-part or three-part or whatever it was ensembles. And the reason is that he writes something like the C-sharp prelude in, I think it's book 2, and a beautiful piece of music, and he writes it, and he writes 3 parts all the way contrapuntally, and it sounds magnificent. And about 7/8 of the way through it, there's one extra note in the bass. So if you're going to hire 4 players to play this, you're going to pay one guy to play one note just to make it complete. So, he was writing jokes like that. I think it was in the partitas. There's a humorous partita that he
There's
wrote.
probably a story behind that, and of why he did it. You know what I mean? It's like he had to do it. It's okay, I'm gonna have to do it. I'm doing this then. Sort of.
No, yeah. It's like I used to have an orchestrating guy who I worked with who used to write the very top note for the flutes and the very bottom note for his baritone sax or tuba in every chart that he did, just so nobody would transpose his work on him. He said, if you're going to transpose it, you're going to have to change it radically. And so it was that was his temperament. He just was going to make that point. And Bach makes the point by putting in a couple of, or there's one 4-part fugue that has all of a sudden towards the end an 8-note chord, and then another 8-note chord, with 8 players, and then it comes back into 3 again. So as I was saying, in the partitas, he wrote this piece. The rules were you weren't to use sequential fifths or sequential octaves, and some people who've done music theory here will know that. But he wrote an entire passage that was all octaves just to sort of simply do that to the rules just once. So these guys have got a sense of humour, and it may not be obvious on a first pass unless you get deeply into the music and try and work it all out. So
a little more subtle than PDQ Bach, right? So.
Oh, well, no, Peter Scheckler was the same. He used to do stuff that was funny, little remarks. I mean, mind you, he had to make the audience recognise the funniness of it. A bit like Peter Cook and Dudley Moore. Dudley Moore playing Colonel Bogey in the style of Beethoven in the Beyond the Fringe show, and that's up on YouTube somewhere. Have you seen Dudley Moore, Beethoven?
Have you seen the Chico Marx playing piano, and at one point he grabs the apple from Harpo and uses the apple to play the piano? That's pretty clever.
Yeah, look, those guys were way more brilliant than anybody gives them credit for. The other guy, Marty Feldman, used to write comedic songs, but he was a great piano player and a fair trumpet player. So there's a 10-inch 33 RPM vinyl that he released called I Feel a Song Going Off instead of I Feel a Song Coming On. And very funny tunes. That's on YouTube as well. But all these things are just amazing if you look at them just for the concept of taking an archetype in music and then subverting it in some way, making it funny or making it preposterous or just doing it such serious justice that no one knows quite how to respond to it. Like, I think Dudley Moore did a segment on his show, not only, but also with Peter Cook, and he did this thing called Ludwig, and he did with a string quartet piano, he did a series of Tom Jones songs from the 1960s. So Delilah as a serious string quartet plus piano.
Wow.
And it's out there somewhere. I think I've got it. The Best of Peter Cook, Dudley Moore is a DVD you used to be able to get, and it has it on it. But, so these guys just knew they had skills way in excess of what people saw on stage, and they knew when to deploy that. That was really that. But yeah, in terms of writing the formula, once you learn a few archetypes, you can trot them out, and do them in any style with any piece virtually. So you
There's
could
a
say
recent duo. These guys do like performance art, classical music and stuff. And they're both good players, and they did the thing called Rachmaninoff had big hands with the wooden blocks, so they play. He's handing him all the chords for Rachmaninoff songs, and he's got to hand them in order and play at the right time, and just to show the spread of the keys with these wooden blocks. It's very funny, actually. And the timing's right. I mean, they get the timing of the song right, and he's handing him this giant pile of basically like jigs, right? They're just jigs for the keys. It's hilarious.
Very clever.
Yeah, I think we've got such a rich sort of history of music too. If you think, also the other thing is that recording came along and was popularised in I suppose it started in the 1950s, where everyone had a 7-inch single of something, or they had Carnegie Hall concerts from Glenn Miller on disc and or acetates, and they had all this stuff. And then suddenly the vinyl industry through the 60s and 70s was huge, and even 80s. We know that because we collected vinyl ourselves in that time. And of course, that made music ubiquitous. We suddenly had exposure to stuff we wouldn't normally hear. And we had a lot of different musical influences and styles landing and being within earshot. And that's part of the education process too. So we suddenly become familiar with different styles and different instrumentalists and different types of comedy. There's so much of it out there, and there's some good comedy, and there's some semi-serious comedy, and there's some, both from the UK and from the USA at the same time. They were producing this stuff, and it was clever. Tom Lehrer was clever. He used to do live. He was a maths lecturer from Harvard. He's still alive, I think, in his late 90s.
So I went to UC Santa Cruz when he was still teaching math at UC Santa Cruz, and I didn't even click to go visit him the whole time I was there. I could have sat in one of his lectures because I grew up listening to all of his music. This guy's amazing.
Well, he used to do a concert at the end of year, so his last lecture for the year was heavily attended, and it was normally in a big hall, and he would do he's got songs about new math and calculus and different spelling and stuff like that. So there was educational focus for some of it. I think he wrote Silent E or Silent Y, I think, was one of the songs for Sesame Street in the 70s, where he appeared on Sesame Street doing them. And then you get the guys who just wanted to take the piss out of something. So you've got Oscar Peterson and the Singers Unlimited doing the Sesame Street theme as a serious work. And it's amazing. It swings like anything. And 4-part tight harmony vocally and just immaculate playing. But again, it was funny because it wasn't what you expected. And then Peter Sellers doing the trumpet volunteer. That was quite funny and quite pointed at the music industry. Flanders and Swan out of the UK doing songs like the Hippopotamus song, which was well known, but they had a whole variety of songs that were great. And there are later incarnations along similar lines. I mean, Stephen Fry and Hugh Laurie used to do the odd musical skit in their stage show. One of them's called Ain't But One Way, and it's very funny, but basically a Hugh Laurie creation. And I suppose in Australia we've had guys like Tim Minchin, and then before him, even Paul Hogan used to do a sort of semi-musical comedy stuff. Okay, he appeared on cigarette ads backed by orchestras playing Rachmaninoff and Tchaikovsky. And he'd turn around to the conductor and say, "Let her rip, Boris, old son," and the orchestra would swell up, and then he'd do his advertisement for Winfield cigarettes or something. But it was...
So Paul Hogan wasn't always doing the crocodile thing?
Oh, no, before that he had a TV show, and you'll see examples of that on YouTube. But he also used to do advertisements for cigarettes, Winfield. He'd do whatever he could turn his hand to. He had a little segment on a current affair, which was a 7:30 post-news program here. And he used to do that once or twice a week, just to appear and do a monologue to camera or do a humorous which he's got catch cries like "G'day viewers," which is one of his opening lines in many different things. And
I got hooked on an Australian show when I was in college. It was Beyond 2000. That was a pretty good
yeah,
show.
that was a science show, and I think the guy who ran that's just recently passed. But no, we had. But Australians have always been fairly strong on science education. I think we punch above our weight with novelty because we're prepared to be smartasses. And I think that a lot of the school systems beat their students into submission. But I think the Australian larrikin, the person who wants to defy the convention, is still alive and well. And that's why we do good things in medicine and in science and in technology. And
it was a good show. It was fun. Yeah, I liked it.
Yeah, but they would explain in little polite segments of probably 5 to 10 minutes. They'd explain something and then how it worked, and then interview someone or show it working or do a demonstration. It was entertaining TV, but that isn't produced anymore. Nobody produces good science-based TV anymore. It's just not happening. Certainly not here.
Yeah. We had a thing in the U.S. called Newton's Apple. It was decent. It was on PBS.
Yep.
Aimed at mostly high school and younger kids, and it was a pretty good show. That had good demos on there, good guests. We also had Computer Chronicles. You've probably seen reruns of that stuff. That was a famous show. They had Gary Kildall on it. The guy who invented CPM.
Yep.
That was a good show.
That's what you need. You need people sort of purveying the new. We used to have a thing called the Curiosity Show, which was, again, like a kid's Beyond 2000. So it would be colourful or explosive or dynamic in some way. And it was designed to make kids feel that science was fun. And then as a result, our kids would be keener leaving junior science in high school and then going on to doing later high school subjects like physics and chemistry, biology as part of what they did, because it kind of meshed in with what they'd already seen on TV. I think the acceptance of those subjects and the expertise in those subjects is largely conditioned by the childhood experiences. So chemistry sets and magnets and books and lasers and stuff like that, all the fun stuff, is where the education has to head.
The Flat Earth Study Kit was the.
So, yeah, it fell off the end of my desk, but other than that, it was fine. Yeah.
Yeah, the Computer Chronicles was cool. They even had an episode with John Chowning on there talking about karma, and not so much about FM, but more about the whole Stanford Karma department stuff of computer science.
Yeah, we didn't have a lot of computing stuff happening in Australia. I mean, there were a few things that were happening, but they were happening under the behest of private companies who didn't want to divulge their secrets. So Australia had its own internet up the East Coast in 1971, 2 years before ARPANET copied it. And that was basically a wide area network to send daily transactions from Shell Oil back to headquarters. So it was accounting based, but it was still seen to know the sales figures each day gave you a good read of how the different branches were performing. So and the amount of stock required at various centres. So it was a useful metric to have, and that's why they did it. But Australians developed Wi-Fi. That protocol or variants, the early variants thereof, were an Australian invention.
Well, of course, Xerox PARC took credit for that, but
in the same way that America took credit for penicillin, but it was an Australian invention. There are a lot of them. I mean, IVF was an Australian invention.
Well, it's funny you mentioned ARPANET because the local local computer museum is the old fancy Silicon Graphics building when they went bust.
Yep.
And they had like a Cray in there for a while. They have a PDP-1 in there. You can play Space War on it. They have a Babbage adding replica in there, all kinds of stuff. But they had 30th anniversary of ARPANET many years ago with this little mobile truck. That was one of the original connections to it. They had like a mobile base for ARPANET.
I think we forget how quickly all that moved, because 1974 was when sort of ARPANET and the internet sort of evolved or took its formative steps of being a communication sort of platform. But 1978, I was at school, and our school already had a VAX PDP-11 with a card reader and a monitor and a keyboard and a printer. So it was basically the same processing strength as, say, an 8088 IBM XT machine, but in 1978. And then in the early 80s, we had people with K-Pros and with their own computers, and they had the Spectrum stuff, and all that stuff started to flood the market. Electronics magazines became popular, and Australians really got into the habit. Everyone wanted to have their own word processor, you know.
Well, the K-Pro's
famous
for the was that one that Wendy Carlos used? The how was that at Digital Synth? Synergy, the K-Pro and the Synergy. Oh, by the way, Dr. Synth was asking if we could take credit for Margot Robbie. I think we take credit for Mel Gibson, unfortunately, because he moved to Australia, right? So
he was only 3 when he emigrated, but but he was in university productions of Shakespeare. He was in, you know, Hamlet and Rosencrantz and Guildenstern are Dead and all those sort of interesting plays that were put on in Sydney. So his education certainly was Australian. I think his sense of irreverence is Australian. I think.
Well, I mean, his early movie stuff was good. He just became a maniac, you know.
But I think that's just someone who's been told no enough. He's just basically strong-willed.
Crazy religious. His crazy religious father and his upbringing was a total mess. So
maybe, but I think Australians generally are smart asses. You know, we try to do stuff that's beyond the scope of what might be expected. And I think that's
but his hatred of the Jews and all of his religious insanity is from his father's side and the crazy Catholic.
Yeah, look, that was quite unappealing, I must admit. But anyway,
he's back. He's doing movies again. So
he somehow reformed a career. That's right, and he can direct. Look, he knows what he's doing in the movie realm. It's just
everyone forgot about Sugar Tits and all that stuff. So.
Wasn't the movie Signs one of his? Did he do that? Yeah, that was pretty ordinary. I mean, so a lot of misses, but you've got to forgive him because the original Mad Max was a great production, and it was
he's good. He's good in You're Living Dangerously. He's good in Gallipoli. You know, he's good in lots of stuff.
Yeah, Gallipoli was an interesting one, a bit more figurative than you might have imagined, but I guess. Yeah, so there are a few things, but but I like the idea, you know, musically of having when we're talking about being creative on demand. Obviously, wanting to buck or defy convention helps because it means you're not afraid of breaking some rules. And then the second thing is you've got to have the skill set to throw at the problem, and that's just bitter experience in most cases. If you can keep your edge and your creative spark and be creative on demand. And that's normally done via some sort of provocation. So the provocation might be mixing a style and a song that normally wouldn't happen. So, you know, give me a ragtime version of John Lennon's Imagine, Steve. You know, so you could go ahead and play it in a ragtime style. And that's a provocation because it combines two unlikely things. So you can extend that metaphor when you're trying to create something new and say, I want to use 8 Moog synthesizers to do all of Bach's Brandenburg concertos or all of Bach's well-tempered clavier. And then that's a provocation because it is too vast to attempt. It was in 1968, but certainly it may not be now if we work through it in a logical format. So that's something that I'm doing, and it's either going to take 6 years or 6 weeks, but depends if I can get the technical breakthroughs. And in that process, I will have solved a few problems that other people have had and generated a few orchestrations that maybe haven't existed before for those works that were written for 2 hands and clavier being useful for 6 reeds or 4 reeds or 4 strings or 6 strings, 8 strings, whatever you like. You know, it changes the dynamic of it. Or you turn around and say, I'm going to treat Shakespeare's sonnets as musical pieces. So I'm going to take, of the 100-odd sonnets, I'm going to take the top 20 and I'm going to set those to music and have a little bit of dialogue in between explaining what the sonnets were about and talk to the audience and the history of Shakespeare. And I'll package that into a show with 1 good tenor and 4 backing musicians or a pianist. and then I'll package that, and that'll be a show. That'll be an idea. So I'll go ahead and write in the style of whatever, and write string quartets against and melodies against each of the sonnets. And they're all given structure, and they'll all run about 2 minutes if you pace them at 120 BPM. That's the way it works. So that's perfect size because you can just make the show modular. It becomes like a jukebox show for the 1740s. But, that's the sort of idea. We don't think about that. So if you look at what the stage shows are doing now, you worry about that. A lot of them are just jukebox shows. So a lot of them are just, I'll take 15 Buddy Holly songs and we'll turn that into a thing called the Jersey Boys or Frankie Valli Jersey Boys, or we'll do a X number of songs in the style of somebody, and then we'll call that Shampoo, or we'll call that Strictly Ballroom, or we'll call it, Dancing with the Stars, or we'll call it, Fred Astaire and Ginger, or we'll call it Midnight because it's about Cinderella after midnight, that sort of thing. So or change a premise and then write a show around it. So those things are all provocations. They're all looking at the problem from a different angle. So, for example,
you have two mini Moogs behind you. What's the story on those?
There are, I think, 3 almost. Hang on,
3?
1,
Oh,
2,
shit.
3. Oh, they've got a Voyager there.
Oh, damn!
And then underneath
Nice.
that, I've got a SE1, and then kicking around in the dunnage down here, I've got a couple of SEO2s as well. So the idea is to do
Nice.
some pieces with those Moogs. And I've also got an old Harp Odyssey which has the Moog filter on it. So you can actually punch those through the Moog filter externally. So you use them as a separate sound source and then write them as monophonic lines, but then use the Moog filter to sort of bring the two sounds closer in line. So
is there one original, one reissue, and then the other ones?
They're both reissues. So that one there's a 2016 with MIDI, and that one's, sorry, I'll go the other way. That's a 2022, which I just had repaired. That came, it obviously had a huge bump.
So is it the Voyager old school, or is it, what's the?
It's the old school Voyager. So sorry, I'll just come across the thing. There's the Voyager in the corner. So it is kind of, they don't sound the same as a mini Moog, and I'm not going to get into the niceties of it, but if I'm doing 4 contrapuntal parts with Moog filters and Moog oscillators, it's going to get too thick too soon anyway. So my problem is not going to be trying to remain authentic and thick like we know a mini Moog to be. The problem is going to be to pare it down to maybe 1 oscillator or 2 oscillators slightly detuned, or working out where the sweet spots are, or trying to vary the waveforms so you can hear the contrapuntal parts more easily. And that's on a case by case basis. You've got to first take the orchestration from 2 hands and up to 5 or 6 parts back to individual lines that are monophonic, and then you've got to play those, and then you can't really fake things like trills or ornaments or acciacchaturas or appoggiaturas or mordants or any of those. So you need to structure it in a different way and then physically play the parts, which means you've got to write them out as fly shit and then twiddle in time with the other tracks. So there's always
Voyager. You also have a regular Voyager in the back there. One's a regular Voyager.
Sorry, the Voyager is one in the corner. Yeah, so it's
one in the corner. Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
so it has the touchpad, right? You have the
that's
touchpad.
right in the middle. Yeah, it's got that little.
Those are cool. I was talking to someone at Moog a while back, or saw a video somewhere. It's been a while. I forgot, but apparently it had to be black. That touch material, they couldn't get it to work in other colors because of the formulation. Because Prince supposedly wanted one that had a purple pad, and they couldn't make it work. So he didn't want a black one; he wanted a purple pad.
Yeah, I mean,
pretty funny.
And Prince is Prince, so you probably
did you see when I did the uploaded the video from NAMM of those piano?
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, that was great. I mean, it was
pretty funny.
Look, I've heard all sorts of stories of Prince. It's amazing how many people have collaborated with Prince subsequent to him dying. In other words, I reckon half the stories out there are all made up, or people trying to grandstand, saying, "Oh, I knew Prince." I was. I won't go into people online who've claimed that.
But the funny thing is that the guys there claimed that he had that piano. It wasn't just custom color; it was custom everything. But I didn't know he knew that much about pianos. You have to be kind of a special breed to know that much about goddamn piano parts, right? I mean,
Well, I don't know. I mean, it's the same mechanism we've used for 200 years. So, I mean, maybe
I
you
know,
wanted
but
a
it's just
different color.
so specific. Supposedly he ordered like custom, right? Like I want these hammers and this shit and this shit and
Okay. Well, that's just, I guess if he knows that much about them, he probably spoke to three or
yeah,
four people and then decided, I'll have
yeah.
one of those. Thanks. In the same way, I know nothing about modular synthesis, but here am I with modular synthesizers behind me. So, it's sort of,
Well, to be honest, most of us that have them don't know that much about them, but we have fun anyway. So part of the
look, I
fun
think
is just tinkering and
look, it's the happy accident we go for. And again, that's a
yeah,
provocation, isn't it? Because a happy accident of 5 seconds can lead you into a full scale blown piece or
totally, yeah.
groove or
That's why I unpatch every time
improvisation.
and never have the same patch twice. So it's,
I get that, and I think
yeah,
we, but again, we're looking for the provocation. We're looking for the little jump start on the creativity to push us towards a result. Or, when you sit down, you just noodle and, oh, that sounds good. And then you revisit it and you memorize it. Then you go back and you develop it. Then that becomes a 5-minute jam rather than just
yeah.
a 10-second chunk of something that's fallen out of your fingers.
Mhm.
So every time you're looking for creative spark, look for the intentional contradiction or the intentional provocation or the intentional accident, because that's going to take you further. So I never really was a mini Moog guy. I used to prefer the Arp Odyssey because to me it sounds far more musical, like
It's also more punk rock too. It's more aggressive.
A French horn on an Odyssey sounds like a French horn, whereas a French horn on a mini Moog sounds like a mini Moog, and it's just the character of the beast,
Yeah.
So for me, I enjoyed the Odyssey more.
But
I
all
always
those
found
amazing
the
Moog
Moog
albums, all the different holiday themed albums, and all that great stuff.
Yeah, well, it's all been done, but
It was so bad. So much was so shitty that stuff was just.
well, they did the well tempered synthesizer, but it didn't have the well tempered clavier on that album.
But at least it was well played and it sounded good. Some of these
Oh.
novelty albums are so terrible. Just
Well, it's a bit like you've got Miko's Star Wars theme with the, and then there were a lot of albums that had a poppy sort of theme, and it's exactly the same premise as the stuff that James Last used to do, or that Deodato used to do, albums that people would play in the background at the dinner parties, and it's exactly the same sort of idea.
well, I found this great album by accident. It was a used CD store. God, 20 years ago, probably, maybe more. And it was some weird Italian guy I never heard of before doing Carlo style classical music on a PPG, and it's amazing. It sounds so good. But he was doing it seriously. I mean, it has all the layers and all the parts, and it's hardcore stuff. It wasn't schmaltzy.
Yeah, I think, look, they're another tool, another instrument that can be used in a certain context. I think we enjoy them for their difficulties, as well as for their challenges, as well as for their ability to produce something quickly that we recognize, or when we're generating someone else's track. I mean, if you've got 2 mini Moogs, you're going to turn around and play the David Paish solo from Lido Shuffle, aren't you, off Boz Scaggs' Silk Degrees album, because it's just that, the 2 arpeggios in different inversions. Yeah.
Or Rockford Files, the Rockford Files lead or something like that.
Yeah. And then people, you look at people like Lalo Schifrin, who did the movie Roller Coaster and used ARP 2500 and 2600, I think, on that. And then he also did the electric piano stuff on Dirty Harry. And he did the Mission Impossible theme and a couple of other TV show themes.
Well,
those guys were clever. Those guys were clever.
He's the reason I heard about a Marxophone. You ever see the Marxophone when I had it on one of the streams? So it's about 100 years old. It's basically a zither with these little hammers that bounce on the strings. You play it like a keyboard.
Oh yeah, I know the ones that do that. Yeah. I get
and
it.
he wrote a spy track using one of those with and guess who sampled that? Is shit. What is the name of the Portishead? Is it Strange Days or Strange Times, or what's that one song, Nobody Loves Me by Portishead? There's this
I haven't listened to
running
a lot
sample.
of Portishead.
Well, it's a really cool track, and it's really popular. And that whole backbeat, the whole sample with the ding 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 ding, is all Lalo Schifrin from a spy movie he did back in the '60s or whatever.
Right.
And but it's awesome, and it uses the Marxophone in there. So I actually found some on eBay a couple years ago, and I got one that's fully functional, one that's partly working, but they're both 100 years old. And they look cool, they sound cool, they're great for sampling. I'm not really going to play it much, but here's something used on a popular album and a popular movie soundtrack at the time. Nobody knows what the hell it was, right? So
Well, I was looking for the wacky sounds like what's his name, Enrico Morricone with the doo-doo-doo-doo, pow, pow,
right.
pow. That the Orinoco or whatever it was. That sort of sound was unique, but it and then they reused that. If you listen to the Star Wars, what's it called? This Is the Way, the Star Wars. Series.
is that what that is? Okay.
If you look at that whole series, it's a series
Right.
of It's a western. It's a space western, but it really is a western. Like you've got the guys lining up in the streets. You've got the guys with the wide brim hat and the poncho, Clint Eastwood style. You've got the shootouts in the street where there's just everything flying everywhere. You've got people falling off balconies into tubs of water. Every trope is revisited in The Mandalorian, which is a name that just didn't come to mind. But
because the other stuff was all Kurosawa stuff ripped off. That's why the lightsabers. So
that's right. Well, that was the very much that imagery.
Hidden Fortress, Hidden Fortress.
It's samurai. It's stuff, or ninja stuff. It's the ninjas sneaking up on other ninjas.
Like the whole C-3PO R2-D2 arguing. It's two guys in Hidden Fortress arguing as they go across the desert or whatever.
Yep.
It's just like he lifted entire scenes from.
And the footprints across the desert with two people going into the distance.
Yeah, all that stuff. Yeah. And then like the famous Toshiro Mifune shots where ducking all the shots and the arrows coming out of nowhere, and it's just now it's blaster fire and
even Star Wars: A New Hope, Episode 4 or the first one that came out in '77.
Exactly. Yeah.
If you look at the pictures of the cadenzas out in the middle of the desert, the little house that looks like an igloo. I mean, those sort of shots have been replicated time and time again in westerns and in.
Well, it's like John Ford stuff. A lot of John Ford stuff.
Yeah, so they're interesting how those movies borrow whole tropes or whole concepts and just.
Assault on Precinct 13 by John Carpenter was a John Ford movie remade, essentially.
Yeah.
It's like the guys invading. They're coming in the house from all angles, and it's a big action shot at the end of the movie, and it's Rio Bravo redone basically.
But it's like E.T. with the light shining through Close Encounters with the light shining through the Venetian blinds in the 60s house from all angles and different colours, red and white. I mean, that was all. It's a bit like when you see the police lining up and they've got the laser beam on the wall. It's that sort of idea of setting up the suspense with a simple lighting cue.
Yeah.
It's all very interesting how they put it all together. I mean, writing soundtracks is an art form that I'm not really good at. I've done a couple when they've been mixed, but it helps to have a really, really good idea of what's going to go on. It helps to have a film editor who knows how to edit to your cues. You're better off getting a finished product and adding music to it than you are to give them the music and then have them chop it up. It can always be a little bit iffy, a little bit doubtful.
Well, that's a lot of the guys. They do it with the video feed. I mean, Junkie XL has those monitors, and he scores right to the images a lot. So. By the way, have you seen his new videos on the Buchla stuff? That was pretty cool.
I've got to look at those.
He's way into Buchla stuff now, and he's getting good.
See, Buchla was always an unusual human interface and unusual sounds, and it too had the notion of different degrees on everything. So you could slide your hand or cover more of the keyboard or.
Oh yeah, it was more of that personal touch.
And there were interactions you wouldn't expect between the modules.
Yeah.
Um,
And just the complex oscillators and the wave folding and all the different weird timbres. It's very aggressive, but can also be very pretty and soft bell-like kind of stuff.
well, I think if you add reverb, you can get away with a multitude of synths too. You can be way less structured with what you do and do far less and have it sound like far more. And that's another thing.
He has a dual system together. The thing's probably like 50K worth of Buchla. And it's like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that I mean, I always knew the Buchla synths were different. They were always out on a stream of their own, in the same way that guys like Tomita or Tangerine Dream were doing their own thing, specifically in their own niche or craft work. Or you could point at a different synth band, and you could identify what their tricks were. You know, with Gary Newman, it was the mini Moog bass and the poly Moog sort of wash sounds, the Vox Humana or the stringy sounds, as a pad over the top, and that was all very much very cleverly done. I mean, and very recognizable. And I think that's the other thing too, that once these guys hit on their magic formula, they became recognizable either through visuals or through music, through soundtracks or through the cinematography and the use of lighting cues. A lot of people did great things with very little, you know.
Oh, they said Junkie XL did the score for Rebel Moon. I have to check that out. I didn't know that he did that. I'm behind on his videos, so I just saw his most recent videos.
I mean, there are guys out there who are way cleverer than I am. I just look at these people and they just got this vast ability, and I think I'm never going to get there. You know, I'm getting older. I'm never going to get there. I feel like it's a very humbling. It's humbling to see people younger than yourself just doing great things and just putting together stuff.
You have a classical approach, and he has more of a. He used to do like dance music, I think. I think his main thing was like techno dance music, and they just got into scoring. So he just has a different take on it. Like you have more of a traditional classical background.
Yeah, I am. I'm punched through the classical stuff.
I'm jealous because that's an amazing skill set. I just don't have the time or the patience to probably the skill.
Again, it's iconoclastic. I mean, the thing is that we live in our own little experience set, and the other thing that's a good description is a logic bubble, that you have your own logic bubble and I have my own logic bubble. And inside our bubbles, everything makes sense to us. And yet someone else sees it from the outside. And no two bubbles are alike. And so being individual is one thing, but being known and then doing stuff that's of quality, where people recognize the quality en masse, you know, that's the sort of infamy I have yet to achieve.
Right.
So I guess we all do our own thing. But yeah, look, for all the stuff, and I didn't have great synths till much later in life. You know, I had a very workmanlike sort of rig, and it was a great rig to use for what I had to do with it. But it wasn't, you know, I didn't have any modular synths, for example, till a year ago. I didn't have any mini Moogs until a year ago, and one of them was secondhand, and I had to put up with an SE1 for a little while, which I picked up for $900 Australian, and that was as close as I got to a mini Moog, and that was enough.
Those are cool, though, right? I mean, those are nice.
They've got some, you know, nice sounds on them, and they are
memories,
family of sounds, and MIDI, and so for me that was a good, and it was in a rack format, so I didn't have to occupy huge amounts of real estate with keyboards. This
one's one of my favorites. Here, check out the light show here.
Yeah, I've got some drugs I should really take before I start looking at that show.
But it's shocking because I didn't know until I put it against the wall how much blue light is coming out of the back of this thing. Like, I guess to show off for the audience, because there's a shitload of blue light going where you don't need it.
It doesn't. I don't really think of those things. I mean, because, you know, there's nothing appealing about 125 kilograms of keyboard player at the start. So I'm not even going to try and look good on stage. You know, it's all, for me, it all becomes academic and structural. But I still find that you listen to some of the classics or some albums, you find a pocket of work, And there are people out there putting their own sound together and being themselves and just being faithful to that. I think it was I heard a recent Tommy Emmanuel thing, and he said, well, I really eventually realized that this was my sound and that what I did and how I played was me. And that was what I had to be honest and just deliver to the world. And if they like it, they like it. If they don't, stiff shit. I might vary it a little bit. Basically, I've got a talent set, I've got a tool set, and that's what I'm going to take. And for me, nobody really likes it enough, so it doesn't matter. I do what I do, but again, it's a bit arcane. Like I've done musical arranging since I did my first professional band with musical arranging in 1980, and I was about 18 at the time. And I did my first professional playing at 16, so I was in 1978. So, and it was. So I've been doing it long enough to think about the problem of arranging. It doesn't make me a better arranger, and some tracks will fall beautifully out of the pen or out of the keyboard, and others will be struggles from go to woe because you're constantly massaging it to try and fit it into the constraints that you're given, or the style you're given, and trying to sound original, but not derivative. Not like you just knocked off something from a famous album track. Yeah.
Well, it's like guys like the Michael Kamen guy who died many years ago.
Yeah,
he's done a lot of great orchestrations. I went back and started looking at his stuff, and he even did the score for Band of Brothers.
Yep.
But he did a lot of stuff for Queensryche and Pink Floyd, and like some of these tracks that, I mean, I'm not a fan of Queensryche, but the orchestration of that song is beautiful, and it's just, the guy was a real talent. I don't know what he died from. He died young, but it's a shame that these guys.
Those guys burn out young. Some have got drug habits, and some of them have just abused their liver, and other people just have bad genetics. So you never know what you're going to get.
Yeah.
I mean,
but it's cool how they pepper themselves. He's a film score guy, then he's doing like rock stuff, and he's doing orchestrations, and so he gets used in a lot of different places because he was fucking good. It's cool.
Oh yeah, great talent. I mean, we had a guy here. Who used to write and play and do orchestrations called Rudy Brandsma, and I did some charts that he'd written in the 70s when I first started playing, and then he was dead at 41. So over and out, and apparently he was hard living, but boy, you don't want to die that way, not that soon, because the other thing is you can go into your 60s and have no success whatsoever, and that's what I plan to keep doing.
Well, it's like Rodney Dangerfield hit his stride when he was an old guy, and now he's got all this attention. He's got ladies liking him, and now he's all depressed because he's an old dude, but he wants to party with all these ladies and hang out with people and have great times. But he's old and can't party and stay up like he used to, and so it's got to be frustrating, man. It's just.
I suppose, although there's a time at which you put all of that behind you and you turn around and say,
but if you never had it, he never had it, and now he has it, but he's old, so it's like, because he's like a kid inside, right?
You always not got the tool you need at the time you need it, or you never got the opportunity you need at the time you needed it. Everything comes from left field, and it comes at the wrong time, and we just have to put up with that. That's why life throws us curveballs, and that's why, if I'd grown up and my parents had been impossibly rich and had bought me all of the. I've seen pictures of some people when they were 16 and they're sitting in the studio with $50,000 worth of synthesizers, and they've got everything. And you think to yourself, well, shit, here was I didn't even own an amp till I was 21. I had a Korg polyphonic ensemble, PE1000, which had about 2 useful sounds on it. And I could play a bit of electric piano on it, and it was cumbersome. And then from that, I graduated to a clavinet, which I put a CE2 chorus inside and used to play cocktail piano with my brother on drums, and then did shows with that. And that was what I had and instead of electric piano, I had a clavinet because I just didn't like the sound better. And it was a little less weighty than a Rhodes. And I could have got a Wurlitzer, but they were problematic. The clavinet lasted for years until I destroyed it finally. And I have the bits still. And then I got a Roland digital piano, and that for me was, and then a Poly 61 on top. I was laughing. It was 1985, and I had something that I could use in the context of replicating commercial scores. Okay, that's not everyone's ideal setup. I get that.
You have a DX7.
I bought two. I bought two DX7s to do a complicated piano patch, and I played it for the first night with the big band, and I couldn't hear myself because all of the harmonics of the DX7 disappeared behind the brass harmonics, and I couldn't. Right. There wasn't the density of harmonics and complexity of sound that an acoustic piano would give you, or even a clavinet would give you. Some attack where you'd be noticeable. So I had these two DX7s. I purchased them, and I took them back to the store. And it was then I got an MKB 300 and an MKS 20, and that was the rig I ended up using because I preferred the semi-weighted action. Heavy actions weren't great for RSI, for me anyway. I've got small hands, so big octaves and pounding a Steinway that's clapped out is a bit hard if you do a show. So, yeah, digital piano. So that was great, and digital pianos are the way to go. And nowadays, everyone doesn't think twice about using that and pulling it out on stage because they're so close to the real thing that why would you bother miking up a piano when you can just use a digital one that's tuned and everything,
I didn't even have a proper synth or sampler until I was in college. I always had like Casio shit and just all kinds of nonsense.
From there, I bought an RSO 9 because the string sound on the PE 1000 was abysmal. And then, lo and behold, when I put the P1000 string sound through the external chorus input on the RSA 9, it sounded magical. It sounded better than any other string sound I'd ever heard. So it was there were some old string sounds on the Elka units, and also there was a Wilson unit, which I remember. And Wilson isn't a name I hear come up very often. And you don't see them anymore, but there was a Wilson string ensemble, which was really good. For its time. I think it had four sounds.
Like a Logan, or is it a?
Yeah, like a Logan. Sort of, it had four sounds on it, like an electric piano, strings, brass, and organ or something. Like church organ. It was just a basic device.
I have a Yamaha SK20 somewhere around here. I forgot where I put it, but that thing was crazy. It's a big, heavy sucker.
They're worth something. I've got a SK10, which is worth nothing, right behind me. Yeah. But they do silky strings. Like a Selena does.
That sounds pretty cool. Yeah, it sounds pretty good.
SK10 is for its time, was quite a respectable high string sound. They sounded a bit more shimmery than the Roland ones did, or the Selena. But yeah, I guess we gradually built up our arsenal. But I wasn't earning any money. I was earning money from piano playing, and so that's where my focus was. But I walk into a lot of joints and they'd have a piano. So you just walk in and you dust off your list of songs and away you go. And you didn't have to worry about lugging stuff. With the big band, you'd be playing different venues. So you would wind up lugging your rig around. And, but by the time you move to Yamaha, you're tired and you've moved to Yamaha guitar amp with a, weight about 100 pound all up. And then you move that to the car and you move your stand in and take your keyboard out, then take your synth out, then take all your cables and your box and your seat. That was you made a day of it. That was heavy work at the end of the night. Then you come home and unpack it out of the car into the garage because you didn't want it stolen from your vehicle in the street. So, I've done all those hard yards. I've done all the $75 gigs. I've done all the freebies. I've done all the lousy gigs. And I've worked hospital jobs where you're being paid $25 Australian an hour, to deal with bedpans and cadavers to the mortuary and all that sort of stuff. So everything you see behind me has been bought with my own money. So I'm not like the people who I don't get sent stuff because I'm not that good. And I'm not that known and I don't want to be. I mean, that's not my bag. I enjoy doing what I do, but it's an eclectic mix of stuff that I like. And it is not on everybody's sort of hit list. Everyone says, oh, I've got to have the next biggest XYZ. And you'll notice that I haven't got the top of the range Korg. I've got the Nautilus, which was sort of like the SpongeBob SquarePants version of their flagship synth, and then I haven't got the big Yamaha Montage. I've got a Mod X8, which is the SpongeBob SquarePants. It gives you a fair array of sounds, but none of the box and dice whistles and bells and the multi-track.
No goddamn aftertouch.
No, it doesn't have. I might have, but I don't. The Moogs.
None of the Modiacs have it.
Okay, well, in that case,
they receive it, but they don't have it in turn. They don't play it.
So I've got the Hydrosynth in the background at the bass, and that's fine. But I mean, I don't use it that often. I don't need that stuff. I spent my whole life trying to even out the playing, not having any difference in dynamics. You're always seeing
but the
a section.
expressive playing, it just, I mean, even if you're not a good player, it's so much fun to get that expression.
Oh,
That's why I love the Osmos so much. It's just so much expression there as long as you control
I agree.
it.
No, there's something absorbing about that, and then with a good synth sound and those.
I mean, you see people playing keys and then they wiggle their hands because they get into the vibrato, even though it's not doing anything. They're mimicking it with their hands because they want to feel it.
They think it, yeah.
Yeah, and so they're imagining it. Now you don't have to imagine it; you can just do it.
Yeah, I think normally my set start at 11:55 p.m. and finish at midnight because I've vacated the room by that time. But that's the level of skill, I guess. Look, people are into that expressive self-playing. I get that. That's fun because it's totally self-absorbing. But if you're trying to construct,
it's not bread and butter. Yeah, it's not.
If you're not constructing something, then again, it would be easy for a good player, someone like Ty Unwin, to play great things on Osmoses or Rollies or Hydrosynths or anything with the C15s or whatever they've got, the touch sensitive polyphonic bass.
Although I don't think he's used his Osmos that much. He did a demo once on PSN. I don't think he's done a demo since.
Okay. I'm just using him as an example of someone.
No, I know, but I mean, he
exploit that synthesizer. Yeah.
I don't think he even used it for a gig. I mean, it just has it in the room. So.
Well, maybe he uses it and he doesn't tell us about it. He probably has stuff he does quickly at the 11th hour where he just pulls out whatever the most expressive device is.
Expressive shaker. He does the expressive shaker with the Osmos.
I can see those all being interesting. It's a bit like some of the early sounds on the Roland D50. They sounded like somebody shaking a choir in the jungle, which was interesting to play once. But where are you going to put that on a commercial track? And then what are you going to put against it? All those questions arise.
What's funny about that is there, like you just mentioned that one and a few other classic presets on D50, and there are a couple of songs in the 80s where they use the same preset, but it's different parts of the preset because it evolves.
Yeah.
And they go, they use that part of it, and then they use the tail end of it for that part of the song, or this other song.
Fantasia.
But it's just, there's one called Intruder Effects is a famous one. There's another one called there's another one that's really popular. And
soundtrack or something. Yeah.
No, it's another one. It's evolved to like some crazy sounds. Digital Native Dance was another one.
Oh, well, that's the one I was
Or if you leave it on long enough, it's like these guys playing percussion. But it starts out with this cool like wow, and so they would use the first part here, but another part of the song they would use the. So they mess with the envelopes to use the same preset in different ways, which is very funny. So.
Well, the D50 presets were written by Eric Persing, who went on to do Omnisphere. Omnisphere is amazing.
There's a couple other guys too that have done the D50.
Adrian Scott did D50 sounds. He's Australian. He's exactly. I know Adrian really well. But he had come when he did that work. He had come off playing with two Jupiter 8s on stage doing a covers band thing, and with sequencing and whatever. So he had the full Roland rig, and was just using this. Is before MIDI. It was digital control bus back then. DCB, and he was working on all the issues from the practical side of things, because when he went to see Kakahashi in Japan, Adrian was formulating the MIDI spec with them. He basically said from the performance angle, this is what we need. And thank God we had a working musician with half an ear who knew what he was doing when he helped to put MIDI together. I mean, he didn't do the technical side of things, but he knew what he needed to have in terms of a functional requirement.
Performance.
Yeah. And then the other thing, when he did the D50 sounds, obviously some of those were Adrian's, and he did all of the sound canvas sounds, I think, on the first pass. And they stood the test of time. Things like Bottle Blow and the female vocals.
So much so that they're all general MIDI across instruments, right? So yeah, that's crazy.
So he was sort of across the sounds that would create a bit of a panorama and a bit of variety, enough to get people through the diatonic maze of general MIDI as a concept. was just big enough too. He didn't do 1,024 sounds. He did, 256 or 128 or whatever it was, enough to get people going and then not enough to confuse them. So there was all of that with the early stages, and they were good judgment calls, I think, in terms of what they delivered.
Mm-hmm.
And we're still using it here many years later. And Adrian's still playing around town in Melbourne, which is good too. So the good guys keep going, which is great.
That's cool.
Anyway, but other than that, there's not much else happening here apart from me splitting apart MIDI files and trying to automate that process. So we'll see how we go.
Yeah. How far did you get?
I've got the algorithm down, and basically now I'm in the process of coding it in Python. So I'm dusting off my programming skills, which are very, very rusty at the moment, and made harder by medication that I'm taking, which doesn't make me concentrate terribly well. So I'm trying to put all the pieces together.
If it's clean enough, you could sell that. People would love to have that.
I think you could, because what it does is it can take apart contrapuntal works and identify the individual lines in them and then split those off into monophonic parts. And so you could take a Beethoven sonata and then pull it apart and then give that to reed players or brass players or string players to do. So you could turn something like a Bach fugue from the art of fugue. You could turn that back into an orchestral work readily. So there's a few applications for the technique, but you've got to make sure.
Put a front end on that and sell it.
Well, I think just if I can, the problem is the size of the MIDI files, but if I can execute it in a web page, I'll do it as you upload your file to a web page and it spits out a download at you so that it's all autonomous and you can save the web page locally and mess with it.
The only problem with those is there's some really great web editors that people have made, but eventually they either go away or there's no portable way to do it. And I understand why people do that, but God, I hate those web page based things.
Yeah, the trick
eventually they'll either die or you just can't use them on the go.
Depends how much is back end and how much is front end processing. If you can do it all in the browser and do it from a page that person can download, and it's all just one line of code within the page.
Like all that stuff that was Java can no longer use because no one supports Flash. All the Flash-based shit that you can't use.
Flash, people are using that for malicious intent, and I think anything that we build can be used for good or for evil, and you always get some abuse.
Yeah, so once they make those web pages die, then you can't use those tools anymore. It really sucks.
So anyway, I can develop a little widget to sit on someone's hard drive under Windows or a Java thing to work on Macs or Windows and try and get it to work. But the other thing is just to, it's a sort of thing.
Like a guy wrote a really cool OP1
editor,
not an editor, but an actual randomizer.
Okay. Well,
and you could choose what section of the sound you wanted to randomize. It wasn't just a dumb randomizer.
Okay.
It's not as cool as like a Sound Tower app or whatever, but it was pretty cool. But it was only web-based, and I think it finally died because the guy only had it on a web page. It's got to be hosted, and eventually it goes away, and then you can't do it anymore. So it's nice when they take that as a proof of concept and then make it more portable as an actual app or
something that's
non-web-based tool.
Yeah, friendly on multiple platforms, and that I suppose that's the hard part. It's easy to come up with the idea. It's hard to implement so that every variety of operating system and hardware and GUI manages it equally.
I mean, Python's usually built in these days, isn't it? Or do you have to add it all the time?
Oh, you still add the engine, runtime engine, and sometimes you've got Jython, which uses Java behind it. So suddenly you've got a dependency, but. I'll see how good it is at what it does. I mean, if I get a 90% strike rate, that'll save me doing about 80 preludes and fugues and turning them into polyphonic to monophonic transcriptions. That shortens the lead time to delivery. If it mangles 10%, I can probably edit them on the fly and get them back to where I want them, and that'll be another couple of weeks of effort, but it'll get the last few across the line. So for me, I'm just being bloody minded about getting it from A to B. And then if it gets there with few mistakes. And what you ironically end up doing is you wind up turning your MIDI file into a piano roll, and then you go through each time slice on the piano roll, and you number the parts from 1 through N based on whatever's happening at the time, and that gives you a starting point. But you can be cleverer about it. But the other thing is that the format of MIDI files, the note on and note off instructions are easy, but the delay between them is a variable length piece of data.
Right.
So let's say you've got a second part on a Bach prelude that comes in 20 bars into the piece, then that wait time is listed as a delay ahead of the first note on event. And it will be a big number because of all the clicks that transpire in that time. You might have 120 clicks to the crotchet or to the quarter note. And so by the time you count 20 bars worth, you're into the very big number side of things. And that then just squeezes a bigger bit of space out ahead of the note on instruction. So you need to write some intelligent code to handle those sort of things. And that's really where the challenge is. It's always ifs and buts. It's the exceptioning coding that you've got to make it works.
And by the way, why do they do that? Why do they call it like a crotchet or a semiquaver or whatever? Why don't they standardize the names for that stuff? It's supposed to be universal language, right?
They don't standardize English either, if you notice. But
no, but I mean, for certain things you standardize. In the sciences, you standardize.
Well, that's why I called it clicks, because it is a number of clicks, and I said clicks to the quarter note of click. But that's set up in the header of the MIDI file. There's a little ratio of clicks to quarter notes, and then from there on, the clicks are ubiquitous. So it's got its own time code throughout the duration of the piece. And then ahead of every event, there's either a duration of 0, in other words, go straight on with the next instruction. Like if you're playing 2 notes in a chord, you want those to be simultaneous. So the delay ahead of each of those is 0. If you have a left-hand bass line, which is crotchets or quarter notes, and it's going up and down the octave with the left hand, then you've got a delay for the duration of each of those notes ahead of the note off instruction, which then precedes an immediate note on instruction for the next note. So all of those factors are all spliced in, but they're all spliced into the file longitudinally. So you've got a series of little waits ahead of each event, as in notes and duration of notes and gaps between notes and rests. But if you've got 20 bars of rests in your second part, that changes. You've got to actually you've then got to total all the cumulative rests to give you a duration of rest to give to the second part. Right. So all of those things require variable length code, and that then has its own inherent issues. How do you pick what's data and what isn't? What happens if a note off instruction looks the same as the duration of data on a instruction? So all of those things happen by bit. So you're down at the bits and bytes level, pulling all the MIDI files apart. That's okay, because you can do it once, and there are libraries for it. And as Andrew Longhurst helpfully pointed out, he said, well, there are piano rolls and ways of pulling things apart in some of the doors. So some of the doors have that, I think Cocos and Reaper have that feature in it.
Does Sibelius have that?
Don't quote me. Sibelius, I don't think it does. So Sibelius I don't really use because it's so freaking complicated, and the menu structure is so arcane and difficult, and you want to do one thing and you wind up just destroying your whole chart. I want to move this bar along so that I get an even number of, and simpler programs like Noteworthy Noteworthy Composer do it without even thinking. So I prefer to use that and then export the MIDI out and pull it into Sibelius and nip and tuck from there if someone really wants it delivered as Sibelius. But note for note, speed for speed, Noteworthy Composer just shits all over Sibelius as a product. Now, a lot of things it won't do, but getting notes in fast in a form that's recognisable or able to be printed out quickly, it's your tool of choice. Or in my case, it's my tool of choice. It's a $40 program that's completely stable, unlike Sibelius, which is about 5,000 floppy disks worth that have to be loaded onto the better part of a hard drive, and then it runs like shit because you don't have a squigabyte of RAM. So all of those factors mitigate against the bigger product. It's more comprehensive, and it's more of a standard.
Because I just hear it mentioned more often. That's why
it's taught in the schools
once or twice. So
it's taught in the schools, but I don't like it, and that's okay. That's why I'm puddling along by myself, and I'm not really flavour of the month. It's because I do things differently. But everyone's got their own case for doing stuff, and if it works and you're used to it, I suppose that's the other thing too. I started out using DAWs like N-Track 3.2. So the early days of DAWs, and it was frustrating. I got to know it. I had all my plugins in it. I bought plugins for it, Waves plugins, and I had pitch correctors and all sorts of things in that particular environment. And then we got to release 4, and the whole graphic interface had changed, and nothing was familiar anymore. Yeah. I thought, well, stuff this. I'm not going to worry about that. So now I do everything without one trace of a CPU in the recording chain. Because for me, that's my way of saying, well, I'm not going to be dependent on bloody software vendors or operating system updates or antivirus or PK zip asking me to the zip programs asking me to refresh my zip license when I paid for it 5 or 6 times by now, but I can't find those hard disks anymore. Or they've got a new version you've got to pay for anyway. And I think, I'm just sick of all that shit, I just really want to
use DAWs as hosts anyway. I don't really do much in DAWs. I use them as hosts for VSTs. So.
Well, that's valid. Like I said, there's VST hosts that you can buy that would stand alone and do that without having a DAW attached.
Yeah,
and they work okay.
Some are not so great. Some are free. I used a mixture of them, so it just depends on what you need.
Yeah,
one I use for the Hartman Neuron's pretty weird and old now, so you have to use a certain host just to make it work. And
we've all been there. We've all been there. We've all had our you see people struggling with their implementation of USB because their Focusrite Sapphire or whatever they've got just doesn't want to talk 18 in and 20 out at the same time. There's a reason for that, because USB is a serial protocol. And no matter how fast it works, you're going to be hanging a shitload of data on that whole thing. And you've got your aftertouch sensitive and polyphonic aftertouch, and they throw enough MIDI to sink a small city. So for me, if I'm doing MIDI, I'll keep the devices simple. I'll keep the whole thing simple. And if I've got to look at the stream, I can recognize the events. I don't have to sift through swigabytes of data to find what I need. So for me, it's about keeping it simple. And that makes me a moron in the terms of what other people get to do. And I probably missed the boat on a lot of new technology, which would have been great.
Well,
I think you do what you're comfortable with. Yeah, I mean, if you can work something out and you get by. So I get frustrated for a few reasons with podcasts. Firstly, if I'm on them, they're very frustrating. But if I see people on stuff that's clearly promotional stock that's been sent to them, and they, tell you the virtues of the instrument, they're going to be biased at the outset. So you don't really get an honest, I pay for this myself, and I don't get. You need someone who doesn't give a shit about the vendors, who never takes anything free or any gratuity or any nudges, or doesn't do any contra deals. And you want them to actually do and that wipes out a large segment of what's on YouTube and other platforms.
I use Machina Plus a lot, which is, it's hardware, but it's basically a DAW in a box, but it acts more like hardware than anything. So I like that a lot. So.
I just like kicking vendors. I like the fact that I've had better experiences with every vendor under the sun, and that, if I, and even the big vendors, it doesn't matter what you pay for a device. You can have something you paid $100 for which doesn't work properly, like a Roland USB MIDI interface going into a Behringer Selena, and it doesn't send any notes because it just isn't class compliant, or the device driver doesn't like the Behringer. And so you've got two perfectly good recent pieces of kit. You've got a Roland USB MIDI interface that you paid $100 for, and you've got a Behringer Selena you paid $500 for. And the two won't talk without a $200 USB MIDI host, Kenton in between, because or you can use it via USB. But I don't like USB, so I want the 5-pin experience, but I can't get it with what I got. So all of these little niggles, and I get a Moog, and it's the right-hand C key doesn't work properly, and it's showing the overload light on perpetually, and the only thing that works on the device is the A440 switch. It's a brand new out-of-the-box 2022 Moog remake. So obviously that's been bounced. I get it back, and they say, they had no 15-volt
that's when you got fixed. That's right.
Yeah, had no 15-volt power rail on it. I'm thinking, how can you bounce a device that hard that you can destroy the link between the
If it's UPS or
power
FedEx,
socket.
they can do it.
Yeah, it's just amazing. So, but you know, you have these little frustrations, and you get the stuff that doesn't work. I've got two Yamaha devices, old devices. I think it's an MU100 single rack unit General MIDI box, but its little encoder, rotating encoder, is broken, so it's skipping all over the place. And now I've got, and I thought, oh well, I'll put this on eBay. I better check it out. So I've got the AN200 here, and I've fired that up, and it's got, but its encoder is now going dicky on me. So I've got two Yamaha products that probably have the same encoder.
Well, Yamaha's famous for that. I have an SU700. I have two SU700s. They both have the encoder problems, and that's a lot of fucking encoders to replace.
And then I go on YouTube to find how to fix it. And lo and behold, is my mate Ramsey who's doing the narration of how he fixed his 7 years ago.
Oh, yeah, I saw that. I didn't watch the video, but I saw that it went up.
How to do it. Well, that was great. I mean, so people are out there who are like Ramsey, who are genuinely helpful and have the better experience and fix stuff and get stuff working, you know, and that for me is the reason we're in the game, you know. So we're trying to cobble together a solution out of 1,000,001 broken bits and pieces that we've paid $30 for in a garage sale, but we want to fix it. We want to get it right. So, and then when you get it,
go ahead. Sorry.
I was just going to say, when you do get the pros to fix your gear, like I had that System 100M worked over. There are 13 modules in it, but it cost me the better part of hundreds of dollars to get that just seen to, just with a few minor niggles. And then I spent $1,000.
Wear and tear. What was wrong with that one?
Just wear and tear. You know, I bought each of the units separately off and paid a fortune on reverb for them because I wanted to put the system together in a hurry. And then I cobbled together. The racks were hideously expensive. Like the whole thing was just cost way too much money, but I wanted to get into modular in a hurry. And I thought I want to get one of these just to try it. There are other reasons behind the speed of acquisition, but that was part of it. And then I've had it serviced and now it's working okay, but I've got to brave the patching and do that again. I've had my PE1000, the 40-year-old device. I had that recapped, and that was an extensive. I've got a big bag of capacitors that were taken out of it, the purple ones. So yeah, we all do that, but that was to keep my very first synth alive because that was an important reference point. I've got a Fender Rhodes 88, which is clapped out and it still sounds okay, but hard to play. So I need someone to look at the tines and the springs and the hammers and the felts and all dampers, and then the little mechanism, the key mechanism, to make sure all those little pads are right around, you know, that hold the key straight. So that's going to be another $1,500 to $2,000. You know, they're all expensive to keep. It's expensive to keep all this old shit going, you know.
That's why partly why I don't have any old stuff, partly because I couldn't afford it by the time I wanted to get it because the price just shot up. And also I see all the nightmare of people having them constantly fixed. That's why Junkie XL sold 90% of his shit in the last few years, because everything was breaking when they wanted to use it.
But I think, you know, I never understood that because having very few pieces of gear, I tended to look after them and I never had any problem with them. Once I started putting stuff into storage, you know, I've got a Poly 61, which has got MIDI on it, which is great, except it only has 11 of the 12 oscillators working, and it runs on a rotary system. So you hit the same note 6 times, and the last one is thin. So I've got to get that fixed. That's going to be a board that's hard to get. Do I fix it? No, I've got a second one that doesn't have MIDI in it, and they sound different. That's the other thing, that the Poly 61Ms sound different but the sound I really love is the Poly 61 without the MIDI. So
let's look what happened today. I mean, when I started the stream, the audio path was all fucked up. I don't know what the hell happened. So it got better over time as things warmed up, maybe because it was cold in here. But I haven't touched some of this stuff in here for a couple of weeks because of NAM and being sick and stuff. But everything was still plugged in the way it's supposed to be. Usually I fire it up, no problem. Today, it was nothing but weird audio shit. I powered cycled stuff. I re-cabled some stuff. And at the end, I'm still using StreamYard's little cleanup tool. There's a new checkbox that does noise filtering on the audio path. And if I didn't have that on right now, you'd hear some horrible stuff on this thing because something happened. I have to go figure it out again. That's why this shit's just unpredictable.
Yeah, and then you wind up carrying 2 and 3 of all your devices you love. So you wind up with 2 Tritons and 3 XV3080s and 2 Poly 61s and 3 MKB 20s and 3 MKS 20s and then you say to yourself, do I really need? I've just sold 2 Roland Gaius, and the third one's given to a mate in perpetuity because he uses it with a covers band. And it's nice and light, and it runs on batteries.
Yeah, I have one. I don't use them much, but they're nice. Yeah.
I like them. Someone says they can hear the artifacts of the samples, but I think that they are vastly underrated.
It's really good.
They're vastly underrated, and
easy layout, easy access. And when I bought it from Sweetwater, I got a deal. The guy who does a lot of the videos for Sweetwater, the synth guy there, I forget his name, but he's in all the major Sweetwater videos.
Oh, right, okay, yeah.
He made a patch set for it, and he gave it free on a USB stick. And there's some really good patches for it, like famous synth sounds and stuff like that. It made the Gaia sound even better. I was like, geez, this thing sounds great. Yeah. You know, the new Gaia 2 I'm not that thrilled about, but it's different. So.
Yeah, the old one. I sold one for 250 Aussie bucks and another one for 400. So
yeah, it's Dan Fisher. He said in the chat, Dan Fisher, that's the guy. He's a good presenter, and he actually programs good fucking patches. So
no, there's nothing wrong with that as a synthesizer, and certainly its form factor, its ability to run on batteries, its storage on USB sticks, its 3 oscillator, well, basically 3 synthesizers in one. And you can sync between the 2, or you can cross mod between them, which throws it into unison. But some of the sounds are huge, and
it has D-beam.
Yes, if you like that, if you have to use a part of your anatomy you're not used to using to make modulations you're not used to make.
Well, if you got both hands busy, you can use your head.
I wasn't thinking of that, but
I know, but
Mr. Wobbly takes a break occasionally.
I did. That's the great thing about the V-Synth, because the V-Synth is D-beam, of course. And with all the modulation crazy shit you can do with the D-beam on the V-Synth, it's awesome because you can one can be on the trip pad, one can be on the keys, and use your head for the D-beam.
I've got a VK8M up there which has a D-beam also, so you can do the Leslie fast and slower with the D-beam, which is another good idea.
My AX7 keytar not too long ago has a D-beam on it and a nice little strip there and all that shit. So pretty cool.
Yep, you can. They're fun devices. Anyway, so we've really
keytar. I already have too many keytars, but what the hell?
So we've solved the problems of the world. I've got. I've also got an old 3. Yeah, sorry, you were saying?
Oh, I was going to say you were talking about shipping disasters there. One of these days, I'm going to pull out my EX5 that got trashed on shipping from UPS, and it still works as a brain, but it's so fucking damaged on the end caps, on the keys. Like half the keys broken shipping. Everything is rattling around the box. It still powers up. It still works as a brain, but it's ugly, and it's just this giant
We're stuttering with your audio.
Destroyed.
We're stuttering with your audio. Yeah.
Oh, I am. Oh, it's probably just a network glitch. But I eventually found another EX5 in Japan, and I got an EX5 rack in the meantime. But I still have the original old one that's all fucked up. One of these days I'll pick it up on stream. You guys can see how screwed up it is, how bad the shipping guys can.
But it's just simple stuff. Like you send the 19-inch rack device, and like I bought a Korg TR rack, which are great fun, and got one of those, and they managed to burr the corner of that in transit. So you wind up trying to straighten up aluminium plate, which you can never do successfully. Even when you screw it back into a rack, it's still a problem. So all of these little cumulative problems, we just deal with all of this cumulative shit. And then at any one point in time, when you've got 100 synthesizers, you can have half a dozen which aren't performing to the way you want. How do you get around
I even
that?
have a couple racks where the ears are super heavy duty metal, and they got bent to fuck. So what the hell happened to that rack, right?
They're just throwing this stuff around. I'm sure that comes off.
But it still plays fine. It's not a problem with the unit, but it cosmetically, like, what the fuck happened to this thing?
Yeah, and we didn't want them relicked. I mean, with guitars, you can sort of excuse the relicking, but with synthesizers, people want it looking nice. So, yeah, I get despondent when I think about stuff, especially if you ship from, say, Holland to Australia, and you get I had a Selena that lasted a week before it exploded. and I'd spent a bomb on it because I wanted an original Eminent one. And yeah, anyway, and then a week later, I'd already ordered the Behringer Salooner. It comes around and its sound is identical. And I mean, I'm picky, and it was absolutely identical. And then got the phaser built in, so I didn't need the small stone either. So it's amazing. The stuff is getting cheaper and cheaper and cheaper, and all the older stuff is just harder and harder to maintain. Yeah, sure, it looks flashy, and yeah, some people get a Viagra hard on from looking at it, but it's just a pain in the fucking ass.
Yeah. It's true.
Yeah, I don't know. I think the other thing is that everyone's so hyped about getting the next big XYZ, and they buy the flagship, or they buy the next to flagship, or they buy, 3 flagships and they stack them on top of each other, or they bolt themselves to something else that's worth a squillion bucks. And I'm just thinking, this is just consumerism gone wrong. Like, we're just being lunatics, that.
Well, it's also being the cool kid on the block that got the new toy. Look at me, what I got. And it's like, okay, what have you done with it? I don't know, but it's cool.
You hear 3 chords and then they sort of put it away. I'm thinking, well,
yeah,
that's not really
presets, twiddle a couple knobs and go, yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah, it's sort of it's a bit. Well, we're not creating anything, are we? I think that's the point, that you're only as good as what we create, and if you're creating 3 chords in a row, you're not really lifting the bar very high.
Well, that's why I like the hardware jams, because it forces me to do something every week, whether I want to or not. Yeah. Unless I really hate the challenge, I will make something just because I need to do it. I got to do it because I don't always have ideas or something or time, but I want to be involved in that group. I like the group, and it's fun to have different stuff going on.
Yeah, I might squeeze out a few tracks for that at some stage, but it's hard to. I mean, I'm not very good at filming something and recording the audio and then syncing it, striping it back up again. That for me is a bit of a problem. I'm not really good with cameras. Obviously, when you look like I do, people don't bring cameras out near you. So
you don't. Yeah, you don't need it. You just do like I do here with this thing. Just aim it at something and just hit play. Cool.
Yeah, I mean, my daughter has a GoPro in her room, and I haven't even bothered pulling it out. I don't know whether that would work, but I need something I can plug in.
These are $100 security cams from Amazon, because I'm a cheap bastard.
That's all right.
And they do the job. I mean, the color corrections kind of sucks. That wall looks yellow when it's not supposed to be yellow, and my shirt looks a little bluish when it's supposed to be black. But so what? The skin tone is okay on it, so I don't care.
People get the idea you're playing live. I mean, when you sit around
you get a clear image. I mean, I usually use my iPhone for those videos because I'm setting it up next to the gear, and it's easier to have an iPhone in a little bracket on a thing. But I've done some stuff with these cameras too, and they're okay. They're cheap.
Yeah, I've never really had the wherewithal to explore filming what I do, because normally I'm just writing manuscript, and people take what I deliver by way of manuscript and digital copies of that. So for me, it's always been about producing that sort of stuff. If I had to videotape a live performance, I'd have to think about rehearsing it and making it sound fantastic so that it warranted.
Nobody cares about that in the group. There's no time for it, and nobody cares. The bar is not that high. But the other cool thing is,
I'll give it a shot maybe one day.
I save time with the iPhone, because the iPhone's recording the video and the audio. I use this Blue Mikey interface, Lightning interface, straight out to straight off the mixer into the phone. So the phone in one pass is doing the video and the audio. There's almost no editing involved.
I'll have to mess with my iPhone and the Lightning input on it to take it from some of the audio here. See if I can get it.
It saves time. I don't have to sync sound. I don't have to do any special editing. I'll usually, if I have to, maybe crop the image if I did a bad job setting up quickly with like junk in the frame, or if I had to trim the beginning and ending because I didn't hit it at the right time. But last few times I had no time to do title cards or anything. I just literally video right off the camera, upload through Google Drive to the computer, maybe trim it, maybe crop it a little bit, and stupid shit like AVI demux or something like that. Really simple video tool. Render it out, upload it, put it on YouTube, put a thingy on it, I'm done. There's no sweetening, no post-processing, no nothing. It generally comes off the Machina Plus sounding really good. Although the last one got fucked up for some reason, I don't know why. But I think I might have done some tweaking on the Machina Plus with some of the effects, and I did something wrong, and I ran out of time to fix it. But in any
Yeah.
case, the video of these things, I mean, they're shooting films on these because the quality is very high. So you don't need a fancy camera. You don't need a fancy audio interface. You don't need a fancy anything. As long as the audio going into it sounds good from your equipment or good enough.
I'll have to work on
Yeah,
that audio interface into the iPhone. If I get that working, I'll throw
I mean,
it
the
there.
little Behringer one that's $25 that looks like a cassette tape. The little USB Behringer thing. Those things are great.
I'll have a look for one. I mean, I'll go down the
Yeah.
street and find one. I'll probably want to.
Just hook it to the camera connection kit on an iPhone and you're done.
Yeah, I don't know if I've got the camera connection kit. I'll have to look through all my bibs
That's
and
like-
bobs and see what's available. Yeah, leave it with me. If I get a video thing working where I can actually
25,
sync
30
the
bucks.
sound, yeah, I'll be right. I'll do it. I'll come along and make nasty noises in front of and people will say, "Yeah, that guy's an absolute idiot."
If you've seen the shows, you know the range is very wide. Quality range
Oh,
is
look
very
at it.
wide, and that's the point. It's not. There are some guys in there who like shouldn't be in there because they're pros, but it's fun to watch them still and hear their stuff. But I mean, some guys do an entire jam on a pocket operator without anything fancy, and it's not even synced. It's not even like, it's some people do is a guitar and vocals. Some people do like a one box jam where it's just like a circuit or something like that, or even simpler than that. So I mean, it's all over the thing, from like a whole studio going at once to someone using part DAW, part this, part that, to guy using a real drum kit, to guys like me with a bunch
that's
of
good.
boxes on a table, to whatever. So
Yeah, I'd probably use an automated drum rhythm and then play both hands against that and just see what came of it. But if it was that was called for, otherwise just two hands and take a photo of it. Like,
yeah, it's a fun group that keeps you going, and basically, they're kind. I mean, I'll be honest, there are plenty of times there's stuff in there I really don't like. Just that's my personal taste, or someone didn't really maybe put that much time into it because they're just having fun or they're learning or whatever, and that's okay because the group is accepting of everybody. So you don't have to be a perfectionist. You don't have to have the best recording.
So
you don't even have to have a good
honest.
video. It could be the most boring video of just a guy with some gear.
It's
And
honest.
The
Yeah,
group
that's
is
good.
very nice about it, and it's very supportive, and you just do it. Who cares, right? The pressure is off. It's not like, oh, you're an asshole, never come back again, kind of thing. So
Yeah,
that's
that
what's
sounds
great about it.
That sounds good. I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
And then
I mean, obviously, people who are favorites, they have voting on there and stuff if people want to vote. A lot of people who win a lot, no matter what, it seems. I don't give a shit about the voting, to be honest. Some people vote, some people don't. I gave up on voting because, a lot of times the votes are just basically skewed one way or the other, and I don't really do it to get a vote. I just do it to have fun and keep working on stuff and learn some stuff and watch some people make some clever things. Oh, that's a good idea. I want to try that. So
I'll have to dedicate the time to it because I think the important thing there is actually getting the input from other people and seeing what their approach is and just learning their workflow type or approach to that particular musical task or challenge. Yeah.
Totally. It's just it's highly recommended. Even if you don't submit to it more than once or twice, just going through the experience is fun. I mean, I've been doing it now for about 2 years, 2.5 years maybe. And my first one was nerve-wracking because I was like, oh shit, I don't want to be an idiot on there. Because to be honest, when I joined the group, it was a much smaller group, and the quality of the jams was more around a certain area. There wasn't so much. Now there's a whole breadth of people joining with all different levels.
There's a variety.
When I joined, there were a lot more people who were more around a certain skill level or really good. And now there are people at all levels. There's some amazing people. There's some people who are beginners or who just kind of phone it in, having fun. That's okay because nobody cares, right? And other people who are a mixed bag of stuff. And that's just so fun. You never know every week if someone's going to do something that's amazing or someone's going to just have fun and try something experimental that's like crazy noise. And some people do like some wild ass shit every time. This one guy does stuff that's very much like a Dada or Fluxus kind of thing. And people love him for it, and it's fun.
What percentage of his stuff is automated and what percentage is him playing live?
It depends, but he often does weird videos with it too. So like, there's one video where he was doing some stuff with a concert flute, and all of a sudden he just disappeared because the way he edited the video, he just disappeared, and then like some other sounds come in, and then like he does a lot of stuff with weird, bass tones and stuff that's all out of sync. It's fun. I mean, it's one of those like experiences. It's not music I would listen to, but in the mode of the show and the moment, oh, he's coming up again, I want to see what he does this time. It's a lot of fun. So again, you're going to see people of all levels, people, it's a lot of fun. I highly
might
recommend it.
throw my hat into the ring and confirm.
See, like Paul said, they didn't like his work.
Yeah.
I don't know about that, Paul. I mean, it really is all people submitting all kinds of stuff. Some people are amazing. Some people are not very good, but that doesn't matter. It's not about that. And some people are just depends on they had a bad week or they didn't like. There are a few challenges I didn't even do because I didn't like the premise, or I didn't like the samples you had to use, or I was just having a bad week or whatever. So I just out of the 2 years plus I've been doing it, I've missed maybe one or two because of being sick or being on vacation that I didn't have any gear.
Yep.
The rest of the time I missed maybe 4 or 5 on purpose because I just didn't like something about it. The premise or nothing was inspiring about it, or the sample set was kind of crap, from my opinion. Stuff like that. So I mean, you're not going to want to do it every single time, but I pretty much not missed other ones. I just keep going, and it's even if it's not something I like so much the rules. Like they had the weird thing recently with the kebab challenge, where you see a kebab, you steal it, and now you're running away. Here's a chase, so do some chase music, right? Or should you steal the kebab or not? So like just like make it happy music or sad music or dark music or whatever. But it's like random stuff like that sometimes. It's not much to go by. It's on your head what that means. So I did it literally in the last one. I did like a Middle Eastern jam with like flutes and Middle Eastern percussion and a bunch of other stuff. And the one guy goes, "That sounds more like a falafel jam than a kebab jam." I'm like, where I live, they sell them in the same place. So I don't know where you're coming from exactly. It's a Middle Eastern thing.
Who's discriminating? Yeah.
Yes. So
you're going to have bad wind the next day, whether you like it or not. That's it. You'll
exactly.
have falafel
all that garlic and all the spices.
It's just going to brew, and when it comes out again, you'll recognize it. That's right.
I call them the meals that keep on giving, because even in the same day, you're burping it up all day. Long before you hit the toilet, you're already tasting it over and over again by burping it up constantly.
Yep, it's the raw onions and the halloumi, all that. Yeah, well,
but it's. That's I said they trashed it. I don't remember them trashing it. That sucks, man. I didn't know that. But I mean, considering a lot of the submissions, I guarantee your stuff is so much better than a lot of the submissions we have.
Well, let me tell you another story.
My personal taste,
Let me tell you another story. I had this guy who rang me through a friend of a friend. His name was David, and David was probably on the spectrum, and he probably was very eccentric. But David liked to write classical music, and he had all these books on string orchestration and voicing and all that sort of stuff. And he'd know the difference between a ponticello and a soltanto and whatever else. He'd have all of those things down, and he would read them day in, day out, and he would write these classical works, and he wanted me to actually record them for him.
Yeah.
So I got samples that I had on a Roland synth or something that was close to the cello and close to a violin on the orchestra cards, I think, from back in the day. And I faithfully transcribed all his stuff and typed it into the scoring package and then played it back. And it sounded terrible. There was nothing about it to commend it. It had no diatonic flavor. It had no identifiable tonal center. It had no memorable phrasing or articulation. It was just a mishmash. It was a complete, and it defied so many rules that I was fascinated by it, because I couldn't work out whether it was a piss take or this guy was so brilliant that he actually knew this stuff and wanted it to sound this way, had intended it. And he told me he intended it to sound that way. Okay, well, but it was, to me, total anathema. It was coming left field of my skill set. It was stuff that I hadn't experienced harmonically.
Like Dada or something like that, or is it?
Oh, even or
Yeah.
when the first time you hear some Schoenberg works or the 12-tone stuff or the chromatic stuff or stuff that's really bizarre 20th century music that doesn't, or that makes you question things in the same way that abstract art makes you question things. So abstract
Right.
art is a challenge to us because it makes us question the depiction and the value. So Jackson Pollock paints blue poles and it sells to the Australian government for $2 million, which was a huge fee in the early 1970s. And they hung it up in the art gallery in Canberra. And it's just blue paint splashed all over this canvas. And okay, you see blue and you sort of see poles in it, but it's very abstract and people question the value of it. And the very questioning of what you recognize as art and what that is.
Well, it's like Jackson Pollock. The drip technique is just like random shit.
Yeah. That was same guy. Yeah. So blue poles and his triptych and other stuff was all just way out there and worth a lot of money, evidently, but only because it defied convention. And that's the purpose of art, is to actually make us question
but
what
then he did so many the same way because it worked and became like a business thing. I'm like, well, come on, we'll come up with something new now.
Well, in the early 80s, it was bright colours done by Ken Doane in a childlike or infantile fashion, and it was popular on T-shirts, popular on posters, and it was very
like the Mark
popular
Rothko stuff. Like Mark Rothko, I'm not a big fan of either.
Yeah.
I mean, if you like the colors, that's fine, but the shapes and stuff are so basic, and it doesn't say much to me as far as
But then again, you get the simpler stuff like Mondrian, which is clever for its proportion, but it's
colorful and it's interesting, and it's the Partridge Family.
It defies what we expect by way of walking into a gallery and seeing a depiction of something which is sort of lifelike, because it isn't. It's totally different. The same with music, that this guy had defied my expectation of what a string quartet would do so much, and his harmonization was so weird, but it was consistently weird. When you heard the thing in its entirety, the dissonance was uniform. It just didn't have any diatonic hooks in it. There was nothing to hum. It was just this babble. In the same way, walking into a railway station with a big echoey roof is sort of a babble. It has a
Well, was it well played, though? Was it well played?
When I had it, I wrote it out and did it on the synthesizer so he could hear what he was writing. But it was just weird, but it did stretch my perception. So when I hear these hardware jams, I'm not going to turn around and say, oh, that guy's just put a stylophone through a distortion pedal, or that guy's just got
a lot of times that's all it is, but yeah.
But I'm saying that that's not going to offend me, because I've learnt to accept that there are different structures available and possible. And one of the best people on YouTube at the moment is that girl with the harp who uses a zillion pedals. And she does some extraordinary
Emily
stuff.
Harpist? Yeah, she's good.
Yeah, Emily. Yeah. She's great. Yeah. And yet, where did that come from? That's totally new. And yet I've seen my mate here in Melbourne, Brett Kingman, demonstrate 1,000,001 guitar pedals with the 6-string device. So it still strings through an effects pedal into an amplification system. And then Emily Harpist is doing the same thing with just 40 strings,
Look up Caroline Ike, or Ick, E-Y-C-K, something like that. She's a Moog thereminist.
Oh, yeah,
she does theremin with pedals. And she had some really cool ideas. I actually bought some stuff specifically after she recommended it, not just for my theremins, but also to try with guitar. There's a pedal made by Earthquaker called Arpanoid.
Yep.
And it's an ARP generator for things that don't have ARPs.
I've heard that. Yeah, Emily.
And it's a super clever idea. Yeah, so she had Arpanoid. There was another one with a Terra Echo, where you actually have a freeze.
I've got one of those. Yep.
Terra Echo. So you can mix Arpanoid, Terra Echo, and a couple things in a chain and put them with a guitar or theremin or something like that, and get a whole different vibe. You're more like a synthesizer kind of thing, which is clever.
It is clever. The point is that my point is to Paul and other people who feel despondent because their stuff wasn't well received. It's only because you take notice of the judgment. And the fact is that when you come into these things, when you sit down and make your work, you're free of judgment. You're actually doing something you want to do. And that volition is all that matters. The rest of it's just bullshit, For me to judge someone...
I said the group is really nice, and it is very nice, but it is a little bit cliquey to a certain extent. There are certain people... I won't name any names, but there are certain people who tend to win a lot, who tend to make a lot of vocal stuff. And so it is, in that respect, that's why I don't pay attention to the voting, and I have a good time. But some people take it way too seriously, and some people win for stuff that I'm like, that won? How could that ever have won on any of these jams?
Yeah, but
Right?
you wind up with people colluding behind the scenes, and
Basically, yeah. And that's fine if they
competitions
want to
on-
run it that way. It's not my thing, and I'm just there as a guest having fun. But I
I
noticed
think you've got to
immediately,
take the view that take the view that it's just I'm going to put my hat into the ring.
exactly, and
And-
that's all I ever do, and I have a good time, and you know,
Yeah.
whether or not people like it or not, it's not. I don't even care because I'm doing it because I want to do it, and
See,
it's an exercise to
Paul's
keep me
stuff,
going.
I would make an effort now to listen to Paul's stuff and find something that I find ingenious about it, or skillful, or clever, or novel. And you've got to find some value in everything. That we tend to bypass things based on our prejudices. And when you do that, you're skipping a whole new field of thought and a whole new field of creativity. So it's very important to have. And Paul, don't feel bad about what you're doing, man. It's not worth taking the opinion of others so heavily. It's just an
No,
opinion.
I don't think. I mean, he made a comment that I don't think he was. I think he had a bad experience because maybe it was the given day or certain people were acting up a certain way. There are some people on there, like I've had some people come on my YouTube channel on a few things I put up. I don't always check my videos for comments like I should, but sometimes I go back and look. And so I just looked at a video the other day from, I don't know, 7 months ago or something like that. And a bunch of people put some really nice comments in there, and it's really cool. But I don't, either I don't expect that. It's nice, it makes me feel good, but it's not like where's my adoration or whatever. I don't really care. But it's cool. People have some nice comments and interesting ways of making certain comments about things. But then there'll be some random dickhead in there sometimes that goes, "Oh, that was crap," or something like that. And then I'll go look at the guy and I say, "All right, I'm not going to delete your comment because guess what? You have 0 videos on YouTube. You make 0 content. You want to come on here and talk shit when you're not even putting your hat in the ring. Your comment means nothing. I'm not going to delete this comment because I want other people to see what an idiot you are. Enjoy your trolling, because it's like, it's more fun to put a spotlight on these guys than to get mad and delete them. Some people get mad in a huff and I want my wall or whatever they call it to be perfect. No, fuck that. If the guy's being a dick and the algorithm didn't kill him for being too negative, because sometimes they're too negative, they disappear. Algorithm let that one through. So I'm like, cool. I'm going to put some comment in there. And sometimes it's a mistranslation. I've had German guys make weird comments. It was just a bad translation when I talked to them. And it's either way, it doesn't matter. If they don't like it, I don't care.
Yeah,
But
I suppose
some of these
there
guys are
there's-
clearly being just dicks, right? And I was like, well, you want to go on YouTube, make comments about people. You don't put anything, you don't bring anything to the table. It's not constructive criticism. It's not even funny. If it were like funny, like some of the Pro Synth Network comments people make are really nasty but funny. That's at least funny, right? It's some entertainment value. But these guys just coming on to be dicks, right? So I'm like, okay, I'll be a dick right back, and I'm going to let everyone see what a dick and what a loser you are because you haven't even contributed anything but some comment that wasn't even clever or funny.
I think the attraction of criticism to some people is that it elevates them above whatever it is they criticize. So
they
just go around looking for targets, which is not really a skill set. It's just being a dick, as you say. And
they think they're being clever, but they don't have any content. They're not putting their hat in the ring. They're cowards.
Well, you don't know what people's life circumstances are either.
All right, but I mean, don't go on being a dick.
I'm not saying like defending. I'm saying that that maybe they're criticizing someone who's had a bad week, and you're just adding fuel to that fire, which is not really a good thing to do. You've got to be a bit more compassionate.
It could be anything, but I mean, when it's clearly someone took the time to do that and thought, "Oh, that's pretty good. I did something cool there." It's like, all right. I mean, that's the same as putting graffiti on a wall that sucks. It's not even artistic graffiti. At least make it nice. I've seen some beautiful graffiti on trips to LA and stuff. Did you see the thing I did on Kent's chat? All that cool graffiti outside that local event? That was awesome work, right? That's beautiful stuff. And weird and fun. But there are also plenty of ugly tags around there from some idiot who has no talent.
Yeah, there were several good ones in Australia, or Melbourne, for years and years and years, left on railway bridges. One of the ones I remember was there was "Beam Me Up, Scotty. There's no intelligent life down here," and that stood around for about 15 years. That particular piece of graffiti.
Yeah.
There was some great graffiti cartoons just along railway, normally along industrial estates, the back walls of factories where the kids could get along the railway line and just do some colourful stuff. And we've even got lanes in Melbourne that have graffiti in them, which is a tourist attraction. So
Sure.
it's in its
Well, look
place.
at Banksy. Banksy did a whole career out of graffiti, you know?
I love Banksy stuff. I think it's clever.
Yeah.
I mean, but it's very artistic. I think that there's the other end of the scale, which means, 3 lines, and some people are close to Picasso with 3 lines and other people aren't. So, it's interesting.
But the other thing too about that thing I did on Kent's thing at that event is someone had looked up who that was because it was tagged with a certain weird name. I forgot the name now. And said it was I think it was a New York artist that moved out to LA, but was living in Venice. So when I went to go see Mark Rebier at Venice, and I did my normal walk around when I do at Venice with all the weird shit there, I paid attention this time, and a bunch of those persons' works, I caught them on that stream, who had done the stuff at the Buchla event. So that person really is from Venice, and I found some really amazing stuff on the walls there too. So it's kind of cool. That's all kind of tied together.
I think it's good that we have multiple influences and that we can see graffiti is a classic case where there's such a diversity of style and there's such a diversity of effect. And the same thing should go with the hardware jams. We should be getting a diversity of style and a diversity of effect and emotional responses. Even being revulsed by something is a valid response, but you don't have to advertise that you were revulsed by it.
You get a response. That's the point of the art, right? You get
it's
some
visceral,
kind of response. Yeah.
And then the rest of your life doesn't seem so bad, or you walk away and you think, well, my shabby skill set might be a tad better than that, but I've got to prove it now. I've got to go and actually record something.
It reminds me, there are these pop-up events they used to have in San Francisco. They probably still do, but I'm not tied in anymore. But they'd be like a live event, like a DJ/art event and a bar at like this little like back street place named after the street. It's called 100 Minna or something like that. And you have to know about it. You go find it. You follow the people. You go inside, and there's like some DJ stuff, some lighting, some bar stuff. Someone's doing like live paintings on the spot, kind of graffiti style, but paintings on the spot. That's a whole happening.
Yep.
The whole vibe of the scene is cool because it's shit happening all like there. It's
that's good. Yeah. I used to do a thing years ago. It was a bit of a party trick where I would normally, if I had to play at the music teacher's annual show and I didn't have anything that was really up to scratch classically, I would stand in front of the audience and say, right, give me some notes. Who put your hand up and give me a note name. So someone would say A and someone would say F sharp and someone would say E flat, someone would say D. And then I would play that as a motif for the audience. And then I would compose and improvise a piece using that as a theme on the spot. So it was totally spontaneous. And maybe it wasn't very good, but it was at least trying to do something different with an audience that maybe was a bit more interactive. And it was also got me out of having to practice Beethoven for endless hours to be up to scratch for the local concert, for the concert. You'd do an exam and then you'd have study for 6 months and then you'd rush your repertoire. And in between, you didn't have a lot to really rely on and play. It was up to scratch for performance level for classical. So I used to fake it. But yeah, again, it's all part of what we do. I think that there are a lot, when people talk about the quality of recordings, I turn around and I say, well, I use a reference track. And they say, oh, what's your reference track? I say, Legendary Stardust Cowboy and the track Paralyzed. And they go, oh, really? And then they go away and listen to it and realize that it's just totally unusable as a reference track. And that's my point, that I can't. I've
heard of that track, so I don't. Yeah.
Oh well, Legendary Stardust, Dust Cowboy, and Paralyzed. You'll find it online, and it's cacophony basically. But
yeah,
and
is it like have you heard of this this avant-garde music style? I forgot the name of it. I think it's just called avant-garde. They weren't clever enough to come up with a better name, but there's this one group. They did a track called Woodworking. and it's one of the most random fucking things. Let me see if I have the USB stick with me with the file on it. I can tell you the name of it.
I'll play a bit of that thing. If I go under 8 seconds, I might be okay.
I think it's this one here.
Here we go.
Don't hear it yet.
Oh, we got an ad. Let me just mute that for a second.
Oh, okay.
And that's basically it. That's my reference track.
I didn't hear it. It didn't come
Oh,
through.
you didn't? Didn't come through?
No.
Oh, okay. All right, then
Just
you're probably
put it-
spared. Let me
Put it
just
in
hang on a
the
second. Let me
put it
just
in
wait
the
a second.
private chat, and I can.
All right. Let me just find it. I'll do it again. Try it again. Dear.
That's the wrong file.
All right, so that's it there.
Others.
Sorry, yeah, I've isolated my sound output to just headphones only, so that's why I didn't hear it.
Yeah.
I should have pulled the
put it in
headphones
private
out to
chat.
do it.
I'll
It's
pull it.
there.
Oh, is it? Okay. Chat. Stretch my window because I can't see it. Chat. I'm gonna put it in the chat because mine's not configured to play through either. So I'll just put it in the chat so other people can check it out. I'll play it myself here real quick.
Well, no, if you play it, then you'll get a copyright strike. So maybe.
No, I mean mine won't play through though.
Oh, you okay? All right.
I don't have it set to route either. Mine
Okay,
we
all
did,
right.
Like one of those other dumb things. But let me just play it real quick on the side for a second. Just my own browser. Curious what it is. Just give it like a couple seconds.
That's my reference track.
It's like something of Dr. Demento. That's great.
That's the idea.
like that.
The point is that if people think you're taking yourself too seriously, then you just told them that you're really not taking yourself too seriously.
I like that. Let me find this other one by this group. I wish I could remember the name of it, but I'll find it on the stick here. I remember the track was called Woodworking, and they played it on some radio show a while back and said, "Here's some avant-garde music for it. People love this stuff," and it's so fucking unbelievably bad. Like it's like tuning up, but with intent, and it's still very random.
Yeah, I think there are a lot of interesting tracks out there. There's one.
There we go. I found it. Oh, it doesn't actually have. It just says the name, but not the band name. See if I can find it real quick. Search.
There's a second link there, which was Automatica, which was Robots versus Music by Nigel Stanford, and that's a fabulous film clip if you get a chance to see it. So,
Oh, the guy who does all the weird experimental stuff with.
no, this is
cinematics
fairly
and stuff.
diatonic, but it's all.
You know what I'm talking about?
it's
Though
all-
Nigel Stanford does a lot of those really artistic videos with.
Yeah, robot CNC machines that are just
Yeah,
designed
yeah,
to
yeah.
destroy instruments and play them starters, and then just get more and more violent, and just basically
Exactly.
destroy pianos and destroy. And then he's got it all on fast frame camera, which means he can slow
Oh
over.
yeah, I did see that one. That was cool. Yeah, it's cool.
Fantastic. I mean, there's some good people out there doing amazing stuff, and that's amazing in my book. That's just so far outside the realm of possibility that it's got to invoke a response with most people. Even if you don't like the music, you still admire the clip.
It's not it. It's woodwork. So the track is called Woodworking. I can't remember the name of the damn band. Damn it. I hate when the name got stripped out of the file somehow. Play it again. Maybe it actually shows up in the player. I have the metadata for it.
And then there's those great clips visually by the band OK Go.
Oh yeah, they do a lot of
playful
videos.
synchronized stuff. Yeah, where they do, four guys on with a choreographed routine on 4 treadmills and stuff like that, or stuff with paint. It's just, again, all bleeding edge stuff, but it's all clever. And that's what we need. We need people who are prepared to take a risk and don't give a shit about their image.
Okay, here I'll put it up to my headphones and play it. If you won't feedback because I'm not hearing myself, so if you just don't talk for
I'm
a
listening.
moment here,
Yep.
I'll play it and you just get a taste of it. It's so good. It won't be as good fidelity over the headphones with this dumb mic, but you'll get the idea. Just so I can't find the file anywhere online. Here you go. Come through, okay.
Yeah, I heard something that sounded like a muted trumpet or a saxophone mouthpiece, and then a sort of cymbal strikes.
And
It is
some
pretty-
percussion and some other stuff, and it's completely random.
Okay.
Like intentionally random and annoying and funny. Every time I hear it, just makes me laugh because they called it avant-garde music, like it's intended to sound like that, and they did that on purpose.
There you go.
And holy smokes!
Anyway, I think I've probably bored the audience senseless by this stage, but I'll catch up with you all another time, I think.
That's all right. I got to
I'll
get
go.
ready anyway because I have to have dinner and take a nap and get ready for Ramsey. So
Yeah, no, so Ramsey will be along at some ungodly hour. I think it's after midnight here, so we'll see how we go. If I can stay awake for it, I will.
So you're on the East Coast. He's on the West Coast, right?
Yeah, so we've got about 3 to 4 hours difference between us, so
3 hours,
that changes things.
Because
and
some
could
other
see-
guys who want to be on his show in the chat, they often drop out because it's too late for them in Australia. So.
I've got to get up especially for it, so yeah, it depends how whacked I am, whether I'm tired or not. And
I usually
If
get
I'm
about
tired
3
of it-
hours sleep before I go on the shows. Because it's 5 a.m. I'm not a morning person, and often I'm late doing other stuff.
yeah, for example, PSN's 6 a.m. here, which is a shocker on a Saturday morning. You just don't feel like doing that,
Yeah.
but you still do. But I'm starting to get a bit more selective with what I watch. I'm happy to miss an episode and catch up later rather than have to see it all
Sonic
live.
State is what time is Sonic State for you?
I don't watch Sonic State at all. I don't.
Watch it. Oh, okay.
Not Nick Batt's not my cup of tea, but he's
not-
good at what he does. But yeah, no, I think.
Yeah. Of all
I think
those kind
the
of
more
shows,
of that stuff,
he's-
the more I see of people who've got this sort of this media and sales focus, the more bombarded I feel, and I just feel like I've got to back away from that and do my own shit, because
right.
otherwise you're just in absorb mode. You're not actually outputting anything. You're just in input mode. So it's a big step to turn that around and say I'm not going to consume anything. I'm just going to try and generate, and it does require effort, because we are so overloaded with broadcasts. And the other thing too is if you look at the content of the broadcast, sometimes it's pretty thin on the ground. If it's a slow news week post NAM, then there's not a lot happening, and they'll make a story, but sometimes it doesn't have the density that you'd want, and if you cut out the boring bits, you might find 15 minutes of novel stuff or stuff that applies to you. Like if someone does an online auction, I know that's happening at the moment for a very worthy cause, but I've had the gear lust and I've got through that, thanks. And I don't need to buy anything more, even though I'd like to. I just don't have the propensity. So
Yeah,
That's,
I mean,
so you
now
sort
I
of,
have the
so-
money is the thing blocking me right now to buy a bunch of crazy new stuff, but I basically by
we,
by staying away
we,
from them, I'm also forced to use stuff I already have, which is smart. So
I think so. And the other thing is that there's always some attraction with something that's new and shiny. But we do it. I mean, how well do I know a hydrosynth? And the answer is I know squat. Have I got one sitting there? Yeah. So that's wrong. I should be able to explore that. Stuff that I used for years, like the X33080, I'm a wizard at, and I can get great sounds out of. But it's only because I spent, decades on it, and I had the pleasure of using it for that period of time and exploring all the nuances and knowing what the limitations and the architecture was. I think I've got to develop a mental model in my head of the way that the system is laid out. And if you're looking at the front panel of a hydrosynth, you maybe don't get that straight off the cuff.
right.
And I probably do more on an Odyssey, and I probably do more on a Mini Moog, and I probably do more on an Oberheim. And I use all those. And then the Romplers are just little mystery boxes, which you can find something on usually. Modular is complete anathema to me, and I'm very bad at that, which is why I've got something to get better at. But I do have up the top there of the modular, I've got the Kenton MIDI interface for CV. So that means I can actually make sounds on the modular and then play it on a MIDI keyboard. So even though up there as well, there's a little CV gate keyboard just there, but it means I can sort of perhaps do sequences that are more ambitious than the 16-note sequencer in the modular rack, or I can do key changes and take the whole thing up, transpose it.
That's why I like those, like the Sound Tower apps, especially because they do patch genetics. So without even knowing how to program a given thing, if you're tired of the sounds on it and you want something clever, it's more than just smart random. You can actually dial in which parameters you want to tweak, and then it will generate like a whole bank of
Sounds in that
variations.
vein. Yeah,
and
right.
then you go pick the ones you like, save those, and generate a bank on those. And the genetics keep going down the line, and sometimes it goes crazy. And other times it's like just like very subtle, and other times somewhere in the middle, like a sweet spot. So I've made countless patches for even like a Korg O1W, which, I like some of the original presets, but I'm not good at programming it. But I've run some of those through patch genetics, and I was like, holy shit, there's cool stuff coming out of this thing that no one's ever heard before, because it's doing stuff that it's just a lot of work to do unless you're like a master of it.
Well, the other thing too is that, I've heard some modular works, and I've sat through modular works that maybe last 15 minutes, and 15 minutes of the C note is probably 14 minutes too long for me. I like a bit of variety in the line. And I know they changed the timbre, and I know they changed the squiggles and the LFOs, and if I listen carefully, I'll hear the difference. But for me, I'm just waiting for a melody to hang my hat on. So, and that's just me.
I try to do melodic
that way.
stuff with mine. I add weird elements to it just because it's fun to make it more sci-fi and more kind of strange at times. But I pretty much all the modular stuff I do, I try to do melodic stuff. I don't do whacked out, doodle 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 kind of like, it's just it's fun once in a while, and it's fun when you first do it, but that's why Buchla gets shit on a bunch, because a lot of people don't know how to use it. But a guy will spend 30-40K on a system and go doodle 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 doodle, and it's like, come on, you can do that with a stylophone and a delay pedal or something. It's like you don't need to spend 40 grand.
Well, I suppose that puts them in a club and that's the other thing, that a lot of these synthesizers are club synthesizers. I call them club synthesizers because once you buy one, you're in a club. Oh, I've got a System 700, I'm part of that club. Oh, I've got a Polymoog, I'm part of that club. I've got an ECI Transcendent XYZ, whatever it might be, and I'm part of that club. And you join these clubs, and then you realise that it's a club, and you paid your membership, but the entertainment's fairly light on the ground. The amount of people who understand it is fairly light on the ground. I remember I
had that. I go,
I walked into an AKS Synthy
what presets
forum.
did you play?
I walked into an AKS Synthy forum, and I said, I want to commission somebody to do some sounds for me, and I'll pay you good money. I'll pay you $50 a sound.
Mm.
And then people sort of stood back. And I said, no, I want the UFO noises like Jean-Michel Jarre uses.
Mm.
I can do the pink noise for the Odyssey through a phaser, and then whatever, that's okay. I can do all that. But the UFO landings and the squiggles and the faster, slower ones and the joystick slides, I need someone to do those last about 5 seconds each, and I want about 20 of them, and I'll pay you $50 a sample. I thought, I'll just make it so attractive someone will buy it. And I read that was at that point I realised that most of the people in that group either didn't want to produce anything or couldn't.
Mm-hmm.
So it was a club where there was
Probably
no
couldn't.
output.
Most of them probably couldn't.
No, but their output wasn't. Their output, and I eventually bought a Syntrix and worked out how to do some of them on the Syntrix. And by looking at some videos where you can see the patch panel, you can kind of get a sense for the way things are wired up. So I had to do it myself at my expense, but we're frozen.
Have you tried the iOS version? It's amazing.
Yes, it is good. I've got the little. You did for a sec. But yeah,
the cool thing about the iOS version is because it uses on the back panel, you see the sample playback. You can also treat it as granular. You can slide around with your fingers and do crazy stuff with it, like granular, while you're using the joystick and other stuff. Really
they are amazing. I've got the little one on a little mini iPad mini. It should be on a big iPad, but I don't own one of those. So it's one of the few bits of software I actually paid for, the AKS Synth software there. So again, it was, and they did have a bank of Jean-Michel Jarre patches.
They had a bunch of stuff. They had a lot of radiophonic stuff on there. They had
so that was all interesting. But for mine, I really wanted someone to generate something original, and I wanted it not to be a preset from somewhere else that people would recognize. I really wanted it to be an authentic squiggle, as it were, an authentic UFO, not one they've seen before. So, and I didn't get that out of the group. So I thought, I just walked away, and I thought, well, how hard can it be that I struggled for 6 months to try and understand the Syntrix enough to do it? And I got there. But again, it's an exploration you've got to take, but there's a club synth, and there, I just want to join the Genos club because, I've got 2 fingers that I can use. And the Yamaha Genos, I don't care how expensive it is. I just want to
get in line. Manny's making those patches, so,
Just I want to hold down two notes and have it sound amazing so that 85-year-old women are draping themselves across my keyboard asking me to help them up again.
Well, they're going to throw the underwear at you like Tom Jones.
Oh yeah, look, those big poo catchers, the flannelette passion killers, they're fantastic.
Yeah.
And the flirtatious undergarments of that.
You get enough, and they make a nice dust cover for your Genos too when you're not playing.
You can actually keep a lot of dust off a lot of things with some of those, and they're obviously used in that context all day when they're being used as garments. But they've also worked keeping dust off other things. Exactly. I need to be part of the Genos club. I've joined the Mini Mode club, but I think that'll be short lived. Once I get these things recorded, that'll all go the way of the dinosaur, but they're too expensive to sell.
You see all the Facebook posts, right? I mean, it's even if not exotic stuff, people are like, oh, I just got the OBX8, isn't this amazing? And then you never hear from them again with it.
Well,
like, oh, how's that OBX8 going? You spent $5,000 on that.
Yeah. There's one behind me. But I'm a kid who lusted after an OBSX, funnily enough, and there was one in Dynasound, one of the music stores, when I was about 18.
You actually have an OBX8?
There's one behind me. It's the one over the shoulder, that one there. That's the second keyboard down.
Oh, nice.
And there's a Hydrosynth below that, and there's an X50 above it. But the sounds on the Oberheim are gorgeous. And
I love it.
I would play that synth for hours quite happily and just noodle and experiment with patches. And
I was happy with the presets too, because I was just going through all the presets. They loaded a bunch of famous presets on there. So there's the classic. There's some Styx patches. There's some, some Rush. There's some. I didn't know this was from this one. I hear some other patches that I didn't know that was an Oberheim. on some random track.
They have a character, and I mean, if you can't join that club, and a lot of people can't, then it looks like the UBXA got pretty close. The Behringer one got within a bee's dick of the overall sound. And okay, maybe it didn't know it, but they're not trying to be each other. But the point is that we're lucky now we've got a choice of polysynths and all price points. So the X50 up there I bought for about $120.
Yeah.
And it's got all the Triton sounds in it. And it's got the architecture of the Micro X in terms of the oscillator, the arpeggiator being programmable for different patterns. And so, and then you play that through a concert rig with the brass patch, and it sounds like a horn section. Well, thank you. I'll have one of those because I get called to do that, So that for me was a no-brainer, a cheap one. And then the one below it is just the OBX8 is a lot of things. And it was when I was a kid of 18, I couldn't afford a Jupiter 8 or an OBXA or a Trident, which is a bit cheaper, or even an OBSX was cheaper again, but it didn't quite get there. And I couldn't afford a profit. So I had all of these issues, all of the sounds that I wanted to make, I were just beyond me price point wise. So when I reached 60 years of age, I went and lashed out after waiting 40 years, I figured that was a fair innings to wait before I finally spoiled myself. Because I dealt with a lot less, I gigged for 7 years with a Poly 61 because it was as close as I could get to it. Something would stay in tune that I could play a lot of and design a lot of commercial patches that sort of sounded like Diana Ross singing Chain Reaction, or sort of sounded like a fourth saxophone when I played with the section as a sax, or sort of sounded like the sine wave solo from the start of Baker Street by Jerry Rafferty. And I could pull up a string patch and play a string pad along with a 12-piece band, and in the mix of all the other noises going on, it cut the gig. It was okay. And it was cheap enough, and it was light enough, and it was reliable. I did 8 years without one fault on it. And the only time I broke it, I broke the top C by glistening too hard at the start of a Hip to Be Square, where there's an organ gliss used to go down and up quickly in the space of about a 15th of a second, and then to come in on the first beat. So it was 1, 2, 3, and I hit it too hard and cracked the top C once. But that was the only time I had a problem with it. And loved that synth just because it did the job for me, and it wasn't more. It was one of the first cheaper Poly synths. They had the Alpha Juno and they had the Poly 61. The Poly 6 was a bit more expensive.
DW 8000 a lot. That's nice.
Yeah, DW 8000, DW 6000, JX3P, all from that period, from about 83 to 85. And then they had the DX9, the DX7, and its ongoing derivatives. But the thing that did it for me was just that one synth, and I could get a really gritty, overdriven organ sound on it. I couldn't get it on the Poly 61M. I could get it on the Poly 61. So they're different architectures, different chipsets. But just the fact I could get that fast sort of rotary Hammond with the overdrive on it gave me the sound for Hip to Be Square, and that was the song we were covering. So that's what we did. Or I could do strings on it for the Thunderbirds theme, or I could do whatever I wanted. It just had a lot of sounds.
I like that OBX8 a lot, but it is a lot of money. So I actually talked
they're
to
all
Marcus
a lot of money.
Ryle. No, I know, but I talked to Marcus Ryle when they had it at NAMM at the release, and I said, "Hey, it's the end of the show, and it's like the last day." And I said, "Hey, do I ever record some stuff off this?" And my little thing, "Yeah, go ahead." So I hooked up my little digital recorder, and I spent about an hour basically sampling it, and I've actually used the patches in a lot of Harper jams already. So.
That's good. But the point is that I'd run a group on Facebook called Budget Synth Solutions. It's a private group.
I joined it. I keep forgetting to check it out.
We don't do a lot of traffic, and it's just from time to time we'll post something there if it's free or it looks interesting or somebody's done something noteworthy in YouTube, we'll post it. So there's no prejudice there. So that's the other end of the scale from all this shit, but it's where I came from, and I was used to finding solutions for free.
Oh yeah.
And then someone posts, someone says, "Oh, the CS80, you get Descartes' Dream if you need." And someone says, "Oh, there's the keyboard one from someone else," and there's someone saying there's the freeware version which you can get. And so they're really good discussions to have because everyone's like a Dutch auction, bidding lower and lower and lower.
Yeah.
But eventually you wind up with freeware. So if you go through that group and you look for mellotrons, you'll find nearly freeware mellotrons. If you look for Salinas, you'll find nearly freeware string machines. If you look for electric pianos, you'll find nearly freeware electric pianos. If you're looking for something, hardware or software, you'll sort of find something that covers your
Well,
needs.
it's like before I bought a Nord Lead, I actually used Synth One a lot. You ever use Synth One?
Yeah, it was a good program. Yeah,
it's pretty good. Yeah.
And there was, if you wanted an electric piano, there was a thing called Lounge Lizard, which was great for electric pianos back in the day. And then I had a number of different VSTs for stuff. I bought for orchestral stuff. I did Garritan Personal Orchestra. It was the cheapest VSTI for orchestra, and it wasn't very good. But I got started and I worked out what the issues were and how to render a track using those samples, using that product. And I loved the B4 organ simulation. That was a great VSTI back in the day. And now you've got, I bought VSM, the virtual string machine from GeForce. And that's a great, if you want an ARP Omni or something you haven't got, it's all in there. So,
have you seen this House Mark One?
No, I haven't seen it. You'll have to put it up in the group.
It's not free, but it's a nice like e-piano. I think it's a Fender Rhodes on here as well. It's made by a bunch of guys at a college. Got together and did this.
That's great because now you can get the code. In fact, I warrant that you could choose a VSTI framework bit of code that just gives you the skeleton, populate it with sounds, and release it as a product with virtually no knowledge of how to do it. I'd say that would be very, very possible for someone to generate something really, really good. Because you become I listen to. I've got a lot of nice synths here now, but 12 months ago I didn't have them. And I've gradually traded up. And I think that I had more fun, using the cheaper synths like the Mofo, which is basically a latter day Pro 1. And I know people are screaming at me right now for saying that, but I see it that way. I had more fun on I had a lot of fun on the Gaia and less on the JP08 boutique polysynth. I do like the JP8080. That's got legs as a module.
I have the 8000 here. This is the 8000.
Yeah,
so it's missing the vocoder, and
you don't really need the vocoder because once you've seen one vocoder, you've seen them all. I guess they all do much the same thing. And again, people are screaming, but that's the way I see it. Anyway, it's good to chat with you, Andy. We'll catch up soon.
Yeah, I was trying to find this other. There's another good e-piano one that's really good. This one's fun too. Did you ever see Pure Piano? Gaz Williams did a whole show on this once.
Yeah, I remember that.
You can virtually move the mic placement around.
Yeah, that's way better than my piano skills. Yeah, they're good.
You can actually get different tones and they morph based on where you move this little mic thingy. So you get like a reverse piano or a big hall piano or a very dull piano or a bright piano or just different kinds of flavors of piano.
I want the one where Michelle Pfeiffer appears on the top of your piano.
Yeah, Baker Boys, yeah.
Yeah, Michelle Pfeiffer on my piano in a red dress. I think that would probably be acceptable as a VSTI.
Yeah.
I think we could cope with that. But yeah, they're good. We're lucky. We're spoilt for choice. Anyway, have a good evening, and we'll catch up when you're older and wiser, and have fun out there, people.
I'll be less sick next time, hopefully. So.
Oh yeah, get well, man. You've been pushing it hard.
It's Nanthrax.
It's virulent. Ciao.
Yeah, see ya. Okay, bye. Okay, everybody. It's been a long one. Well, not that long actually. What has it been? 4 hours isn't bad. Probably more like 4.5 hours at this point. So good times. Thanks for everyone joining. I did this time to YouTube, Twitch, and Instagram, but found a funny thing with Instagram if you ever try to do this yourself. Instagram apparently tops out in an hour and then it shuts itself off. And it spits back a message to StreamYard telling you this. And so the only way to do it is to remove it from the stream, re-add it, which means you got to repaste the stream key and all this nonsense. So Instagram's kind of a joke. But the only reason I put Instagram in here is because I have more people follow me on Instagram than I do on Twitter. So I don't use Twitter much anymore. I don't like it. So I'll keep using the Instagram thing here, but I gotta remember to check it every hour and restart the stream, which is stupid. But yeah, YouTube chugs along 4 hours, no problem. Same with Twitch. But yeah, what are you gonna do? So anyway, thanks everybody. If you guys are around tomorrow, or technically it's still today, not tomorrow yet. Doing the Ramsey show at 5 a.m. Pacific time, and also doing the senior synth stream with JX3D at 12 noon Pacific time. So 2 shows tomorrow, and then probably a pub from Kent afterward. So a whole day of craziness. So I need to get some sleep so I can do Ramsey. Then I have to take a nap, etc., etc. So, bye everybody. See ya.